What's good? I'm Skip.
DJ.
And this is the Cypher.
Hip hop, man. I said hip hop.
That community is just crazy, that the things that we were able to see and experience because of this thing called rap and hip hop.
I mean, you take those lyrics and you pull them away from the music and you put them up on the wall, so someone had to look at them. They would say, "This is genius."
Yo, mic check, mic check. Let me know how we sounding, good people. First things first, shout out to all of our faithful supporters. Shout out to our friends and family. Shout out to the Dakotas. Shout out to the new gifted Dakotas. Shout out to APSA. Merry Christmas. That video that you had with the people who wrote the amicus brief, very good. Very good. It's very insightful. Very good. Shout out to APSA real quick. And shout out to y'all. Thank y'all for tuning into another Decipher live stream. I am Skip. Shout out to my good brother DJ. Y'all know he worked his second job on Saturday, so I'm holding it down. Probably not gonna get 6 hours out of me tonight. Got to work in the morning, but we gonna do what we got to do because we got a stacked docket. First things first. Shout out to Screaming Celt and D2B2. They have gifted a lot of gifted We Are Decipher memberships over the last couple of weeks, and they did so again on this past Wednesday. So I say that to say, if you have been gifted a membership, episode 8 of Decipher Road to 100 released today. Episode 9 should be out Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday, depending on how I'm feeling when I wake up. And episode 10 will be out Thursday or Friday, depending on whether or not episode 9 comes out Monday or Tuesday. So I'm trying to give 2 days between each episode so y'all can have them released consistently so we can get back up to, I think we're going to start back full scale production, maybe episode 15, because we're going to do 11, 12, and 13 the next time we meet up, which will be this following Tuesday. And we might do 2 more. So it'll be like 7 or 8 straight. That's just that single shot. And then once we get over that hump, we'll start back shooting the 3 cam with the production value to finish up the series. So if you recently got a membership, go ahead and check out episode 1 through 8. They are available on the membership side. And if you join the Patreon, the first one is available today. So go check that out after the live stream. But as for right now, shout out to everybody. Let me see. Shout out to APSA, of course. Shout out to Emma Reed. Shout out to Mia. Shout out to Tasha Shea. I'm assuming this is Bakugan. Let me see. Diva K. Shout out to Cherie. Down in Dixie. Who was Kia, Natural Beauty, Zero Fox 40. Shout out to all the mods. Shout out to all the members, new and old. And shout out to all of our standard YouTube viewership. We kind of got a lot to talk about. And I'm waiting on some people I'm waiting on it to fill up a little bit more. Make sure y'all hit the like on the way in. Share the stream, all of that good stuff. And once we get it to a decent size, we will start to discuss some of the stuff. But I might do some of the small stuff or stuff I don't necessarily care too much about in the meantime. But shout out to Twin Folk. First super chat of the weekend. And it says gonna have to catch the stream on rewatch because me and wifey got plans, but salute to y'all for always doing what it do. Thank you so much. Enjoy those prior engagements that you have. As you know, this is our first live stream on a Saturday this month, because the first Saturday, the TDE concert, and the last Saturday was the day before my wife's birthday, so we went to dinner and all that good stuff. So I ain't tripping. Catch it on replay game. Be sure to comment your favorite moment, of the stream and all that good stuff to help with engagement. But let me see what I want to get to first, because I kind of got it in order, but I'm waiting for some more people come in. But while we do that, give me some good news in the chat, some stuff that happened this week, and we'll kind of discuss that. And if y'all got any questions y'all want to ask in reference to some stuff that happened this week. Super chat goal. I completely forgot. I thought I had everything situated. I completely forgot. Thank you, Mia. Hold on. Damn. That fake ass fight. He beat the shit out of he beat the shit out of Jake Paul, though. I can't believe he swole his face up like that. Real quick. Let me set this goal real quick. 50 is crazy. Okay, goal is made. Alrighty. So let's get started, man. Let me see what y'all talking about. Have a great time. Thanks for supporting the channel. Okay. What do I want to do first? Do we want to talk about the game first and get that up? Nah, that'll fuck up the. Let me see. Okay, let's watch this jalopy video first. Let's do that. That's a good starting point. Let's watch the jalopy video first, because it'll kind of get into what I want to discuss as well. Shout out to Jalopy Bungus. If you haven't visited his YouTube channel or aren't familiar, he's a great YouTube content creator, very insightful. He get his reach on sometimes, but it's part of the game. 720. Okay, that's cool. Okay, the title of this video is, what is it? I think it's If the Streets is a PSYOP, or feels like a PSYOP rather. And I got a lot of different commentary on this particular thing, and I'll discuss it as we go through the different people, because I got something from Boosie, something from D1. Of course, we're gonna discuss, we're gonna react to him, having this discussion, and we'll go from there. But let's see. I see some people coming in. Be sure to hit the like button on the way in. We did establish a super chat goal for the evening, so if you are able to support that, please do so. If not, least you can do, keep the chat engaging positively with respect. Hit the like button, share the stream, all that good stuff. Let me hit the like button, show my respect.
It's suspicious. About to get very surgical, so stay with me to the end. Let's just get it out the way. F the Streets is suspicious. F the Streets is suspicious. And by the end of this video, I guarantee you'll see where I'm coming from, right? Now, I will acknowledge that I could be wrong. So first we can talk about the surface level of this whole F the Streets thing. But then we can talk about what I think is going on here. Because when you put all the context clues together, this might be a little PSYOP we got going on here. All right. First and foremost, y'all don't find it odd that F the Streets comes after the 21 Savage album comes out? Right? It's after the 21 Savage album comes out. It's not while Young Thug is doing his interviews. It's not while Gunna was going through the whole situation and everybody was bagging on him. It's not none of that. Right? It's after the 21 Savage album comes out and it doesn't perform. Now, 21 Savage is getting all the Atlanta rappers, trying to get all the Atlanta rappers back together. And it's saying F the Streets. And really moving it like a hashtag. That's one of the key things I think it is to notice, right? that F the streets is essentially right now a hashtag.
Okay. Real quick, let me say this, and this is just something I just came up with. And when he said the word hashtag, the first thing that came to my mind is maybe. Y'all remember when Benny said a few months ago, y'all messed up when y'all let the nerds in the hip hop? Y'all remember when he said that? If y'all do, put one in the chat. I just want to get some engagement. I can't talk to DJ, so I gotta get the call and response from y'all. But do y'all remember when Benny the Butcher said that? You can't, this is what happened when you let the nerds in the game? Okay. I got a theory. Drop the flag challenge. Flag challenge also. Okay. I personally think, I'm personally starting to think that they are trying to further attract and pivot into the streamer real estate. Like, not become streamers, but that area of fandom, they're trying to go there because they feel like now what they're doing is not necessarily working. It's not working. And they feel like the culture, quote unquote, and the culture being a lot of the people who make decisions and tastemakers in the space, they feel like they're being turned against, or something is happening that isn't fair. So they feel like it's a lot of untapped real estate in that streaming space, in the space where the streamer viewers lie. So this whole hashtag thing and this whole internet attack is a way for them to kind of, if you can't beat them, join them type shit. And I'm probably not explaining this the best way because I'm just now coming into this thought process. But what I'm trying to say is, I think that they like, man, fuck all that shit. They doing this whole hip hop shit. We know there is a mass populace of culture starved individuals that are chronically online that we could market to. So we want to pivot from the streets and market to them. Prime example is Thug said, as he was marketing his last album, UI Scuddy, if you want to go big, you gotta go white. Thug is the head of the snake of this whole operation, as we've seen. A lot of the younger niggas report to Baby being Lil Baby report to Thug report to Drake. And Future is he's like outside of this equation. Like, he's another general, but like they're in different battalions. All the young niggas report to Lil Baby. Lil Baby report to Thug. Thug report to Drake. So with that being said, there's going to be a mass shift in who they market to. So this whole F the streets thing is kind of like, if we say it and they don't care, it's more easy for us to align with them because they already don't care about the streets. So we don't have to continue to project this not street image, because they're still going to keep their street image. I don't think that's the goal at all. I think they want to be able to keep the street image without some of the consequences that come with it. So they like, okay, even if we lose this small populace of fandom, we gonna go over here and get the bigger one, because we want to try to sell ourselves to middle America. Because when we go into the conversation that we're gonna have about what Thug said when he was getting, I guess, interviewed or talking to some people backstage or whatever it was, and then you add that up with his cover art from UI Scuddy that I haven't heard and won't ever listen to, the first song, and how that was supposed to help not only rage bait his black listeners, but ingratiate himself to a lot of the white streamers who felt so empowered to play a song from a black man that was uttering that sentiment so they could dance to it in public. What's good, Kwani? But I think they are fully ready and willing to sell the culture 100% now. They've been leasing it as far as in exchange for validation from the streets, but now they feel like they don't need them. Because if you go back to the Big Bank interview that 21 Savage recently did, right behind him was all of these Spotify plaques, all of these accolades that are coming from the streaming world. None of it which seems to even really have any indication on him in the real world, because I hadn't seen 21 Savage like really headline no tour. And if he has, I haven't known about it. So that means it hasn't had enough impact for me to even be aware of it. 21 Savage headlining the tour, but yet and still he got all of these billion stream plaques behind him when he's getting interviewed. So their whole thing is they don't need the real people because they can exist festival wise and they can play these games through the streams and create an image that they're bigger than what they actually are, and then sell that cachet to a fan base who is so enamored with what they do that they don't care about the things that made them who they are. Because you got to remember, in our culture, when you come up like as a young street dude and you get to popping shit and you go on your club circuit, like as you're coming up, them young niggas be coming to them shows to take chains, to get stripes off, beating you and your crew up, all of this shit. So a lot of that come up part be about you having to validate and stand on who you say you are and where you say you come from. So much so that I can see them being like, you know what? We've surpassed that. So we want to get bigger than what we are. We already think we're superstars. So how can we get to that next plateau? We want to get where Drake and them at. And the only way that we can do that is build up a bigger white fan base. At least that's what they think, which is insane. But let's keep going.
Right? Now, I think that on a surface level, let's say they do believe in this. They do believe in F the Streets because of everything that they just went through. And you see, they was going through a lot, right? It's like the whole empire is crumbling. So let's say they do believe what they're saying, right? And it's F the Streets. Y'all were really the main voices for the wild shit, if we're being honest. And I'm not saying Young Thug and 21 Savage in general, but just rappers like that who don't talk about nothing else. As a matter of fact, 21 Savage is saying F the Streets. But if you go listen to the album, that's what the whole album is about damn near. And I'm not talking about the streets from a journalistic standpoint, but just like really glorifying it. It's a lot of street rappers in hip hop, right? And I don't know if they're the streets or not, whatever. But it's a lot of rappers who rap about the streets in hip hop. And some rap it in a way where.
Shout out to King Rock. I'm gonna get back to this. King Rock said, I thought they were the streets. So now it's F the streets when they can't benefit from them in the same way. No, they should change the streets. That start with them. But the thing is, they want to do what's easy. They want to do what's easy. They got to where they got on the backs of people from the streets who felt seen, heard, and championed through their music. So they feel like they had, that foundation to stand on. But now that they are perceiving this cultural shift that's taking place, let me flip this. The shift that's taking place in the industry, they're thinking that those people have turned their backs on them in some instance. And they also have this level of disconnect from the real world to an extent where they are desensitized to what's going on outside of the life they live. For example, going back to the Rory situation, and I'll make this brief. When Maul came to defend Rory, when Maul came to defend Rory, they didn't consider anything that was taking place in that Twitter spaces to be of merit. They only thought that those people that genuinely had issues were speaking to Rory with the attempt to get him to interact with them so they could reclip it and build their content creation careers or to propel it off of the back of Rory. They didn't even see those interactions as real. So when you're that level of desensitized to what's really going on, you start to look at everything from the aspect of bottom line, ones and zeros, all of this different shit. And I think that's how they're looking at this as well. So when the only thing that they're seeing or referring to in reference to impact or popularity or where you are is only the streaming numbers, which is arbitrary in itself, they don't value the culture. They don't value none of that shit because it doesn't hold the same value to them, because in this moment, the things that they feel like are giving them the actual value are those digital renderings of numbers that they're getting from Spotify, the monthly listeners. That's the only thing that they really care about. They don't hold value with what's going on outside, especially now that they feel like the quote unquote culture is turning its back on them when they've been getting away with what they've been doing for so long. They feel like it's the standard. So now they feel like the culture has turned on them and elevated the standard to a place that they can't meet, or shifted it to a place that they aren't from. And that's indicative in the way that 21 Savage talks about a Kendrick or a Cole, or, you know, people who quote unquote rap and say big words and know how to say shit. And in the same interview, 21 Savage said, I don't really give a fuck about rapping for real. It's just like, you know, and when you hear about that, when you hear Thug say he don't really want to speak on, you know, social issues because he a young nigga getting money and he gonna leave that up to the critics. They never gave a fuck in the first place. So when they start to get blowback from a culture that they don't really give a fuck about, of course they gonna feel away. They're gonna feel away and they gonna react to it.
We can see the consequences that can come from this. We can see that it's a cautionary tale, right? Not all street rappers, in my opinion, are glorifying the streets, but there are some rappers that glorify the streets, and that's 21 Savage. We got to be honest here, okay? We being honest. That does not mean I look down on 21 Savage. No, we all, at the end of the day, we human. You see what I'm saying? And that's what it is. But it's just something to note that 21 Savage style is the glorification of the streets. We got to be real about that. So my thing is, I don't believe it and I don't care until the music reflects it. You can get on Twitter and say this all day until the music reflects that it's F the streets. I can't take it serious because I wouldn't be surprised if this is a marketing tactic. If y'all are marketing for maybe a joint project or whatever y'all got going on. But I would not rule something like that out based on the things that y'all been doing for this last year. Right? So from that perspective, it's cool. Y'all, if F the streets and y'all done with it and all the different stuff, I understand, boom, boom. But let's also acknowledge I don't even want to put that blame, right, strictly on them because we're talking about an entire system here. But they do perpetuate, though. Right?
Shout out to Scream Cell. I've been seeing these. I just haven't had a chance to start running through the super chats. But Scream Cell says, hold on, Big Dog super chat. I don't even know if y'all can hear that. If not, it's cool. I just stopped doing it. Says it's really easy to bot grift or think you can bot grift when you sit on a million different bot accounts. Yeah, I agree. I think, and that's the craziest part about it. Y'all can hear, okay. That's the craziest part about it to me. When you're more so willing to live in the fictitious. That's the crazy part to me, when you're so willing to live in the fictitious. Like, you, okay, we gonna buy these streams so we can get this number one, so we can sell it. But I guess you you manipulate the fake so you can cash it in for real. I'm unsure how that whole process works, but it's insane to me just to have that mindset. Like, I would never be like, hey man, DJ, we should bot views on our YouTube channel. I guess the play would be so we can show those views to like sponsorships and try to get sponsorships. I guess that's the play. Cause you shit, I mean, labels do it. This shit crazy. It's shit crazy, but it's just showing you like how rampant capitalism is and how it's like seeped its way into like literally everything. Yeah, it's a video. He's not a guest.
And so I don't want to say that this is their fault. Okay, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say this is 21 Savage and Young Thug.
Buy bots to earn money sounds like a crypto scam. Yeah, like when they did what they call them, NFTs. That's what it feel like. It feel like NFTs. It feels like an NFT scam where they be like, okay, the value is what you put in it. The value is what you put in it. And then they sell it and realize it don't, they get a bunch of people to buy it and realize that it has no real value other than intrinsic value, and you can't resell it. It means nothing. And then the people run off with your bread.
It's fault, because it's not. They are a product of what the system had became, and then they try to take advantage of the system. So they played a part in it, but it's not totally their fault. But in reality, y'all music has amplified the energy, the emotions, the thoughts, the frequencies of people to go do these things, especially if they already in the streets. Y'all music to the people who not in the streets, of course, it's like a something to just listen to. But people playing your music and doing these activities. You know that. You can hear it in the tempo, you can hear it in all that. And that's why it's important to say the music gotta reflect it. It gotta reflect it. And I'm not gonna blame them fully, right? But once again, even we talk about not even just the activity, but the people being pushed into the prison system. Y'all music is playing a role in influencing people to go straight to jail. And that's why there needs to be cautionary tales in y'all raps, not just the glory.
Shout out to all my content creators that create with kids. You got to do it. You got to push through it. I just wanted to stop and say that.
Vacation, everything that's going great, but the cautionary tales. Okay. So from that perspective, I can't really buy into this right now. Let's imagine, right? Because this is not 100% fact. Let's get to what I think is going on. Okay. This is where we about to get surgical. All right. Y'all don't find it suspicious, the timing of F the Streets. That's not suspicious to y'all? The timing of F the Streets? Wasn't that said right after this?
Okay, so I want to play this video, the Thug video, and we will come back to this video because I want to share my own thoughts why he's doing this. And let me pull it up real quick. I don't understand like Thug's whole like get up now these days. Well, I do. It's really simple as fuck. It's just hard to accept that this is really where niggas coming from. But it is what it is.
I feel like I always wanted to do this type of music, and then I feel like rap is like weird like space right now, because it's just saying like everybody beefing, and then it's just like two of the biggest artists in the world, like Clash, and a lot of like fucking ripple effect that came out. Weird. I feel like it's time.
Ripple effects. The ripple effect is now, as you look across hip hop in its totality, a lot of rappers are popping out. Since the beef ended, a lot of rappers have been popping out, releasing great music. It's almost as if Kendrick came outside from fighting, or let's say they was in a room fighting, and Kendrick brought out an indication that it was okay for the other people that he was standing for can operate now. Since that, we've gotten countless albums. I was about to try to name them, but like that's insane. We've gotten countless albums over the last 18 months high quality hip hop music. And in the interim, a bunch of these mainstream Atlanta specifically niggas have been trying to put out music, and it has been doing poorly. It has been doing poorly because, and this is where I think the misconception is coming from Thug guys, from Thug and his little lieutenants and foot soldiers. They think that the sole reason for the disinterest in their music is because they're rapping about street shit. That's the biggest thing. They think it's only coming because people not fucking with the streets. So they are being reactionary. It's like, okay, y'all not fucking with the streets no more. Well, fuck the streets then. Fuck the streets then. We'll go if y'all want to do that and we can just water this shit down and quote unquote go pop. That's what we're gonna do. Because we want y'all money more than anything. We want y'all attention more than anything because that's what drives our economy. And it's just like the comprehension skills of these niggas is just so low. It's so low, bro. Like, because that's what they're taking from this. That's what they're taking from this. When the whole time, the biggest issue has been making music that you're willing to stand behind. Number one, high quality, high effort, high production value, high execution value. And then being that it's something that you're willing to stand behind, right or wrong, you have to be willing to be held accountable for what you're putting out. So they're not willing to be held accountable for what they're putting out on the artistic end or on the literary end. They thought they would be able to continue making very simplistic, rudimentary, boring, redundant ass shit over and over and over. Y'all got away with it for a decade, bro. You got away with it for a decade. Like once Drake did that song with the Migos, it greenlit the rest of y'all niggas to be able to do whatever y'all wanted to do. Y'all came in, y'all was offering, because as the trap era evolved and different rappers got into the trap sound, of course, we were going to see new, unique styles, you know, although they were originally derivative from either Future or Rich Homie. And God rest his soul, we got to give Rich Homie a lot of credit for how these niggas sound. I don't think we get a Lil Baby without Rich Homie Quan. I don't think we get a Gunna without Rich Homie Quan. Thug was already out. But them niggas, we don't get them. But we also don't get a Rich Homie Quan without Rocco and Future. But that's beside the point. But the point I'm making is they grew and bloomed in a space that was new, so we didn't know what to expect. But now as time has passed and we know what to expect, and we've seen them be good. We've seen Young Thug put out So Much Fun. We've seen 21 Savage put out I Am Greater Than I Was. We've seen Lil Baby put out I guess it was Harder Than Ever, like some of that stuff before he started putting out albums. My Turn was a good album. We've seen them execute on a high level respective to their weight class. The music is not good anymore. The music is not good anymore. And that's the thing. We want the music to be good. Of course, there are levels to making good music. Of course, there are levels to having impactful things to say. But bare minimum, we want the music to be good. The music isn't inherently bad because y'all talking about street shit. The music is bad because it's poor quality and y'all talking about street shit in a purely destructive manner. There's no evolved nuance or perspective to what y'all discussing. It's just run down on my op, pussy, blah, blah, blah. That's all y'all talking about. Y'all are only glorifying the worst parts of the streets because that's the part of the culture that you felt like you could sell. You felt like you could sell. So when you look at it like that, they're upset that the commerce aspect of it is being upset. They're losing now in the power balance for the commercial reception of their product, because it's not music to them, it's product. That's it. They putting a product out, they not getting good responses for it. So now they feel like they're doing market research to see who's responding to them. Thug took the first step. Thug took the first step with the UI Scuddy shit. He took the first step. And soon as he said that, the big wave now, once we saw the initial reception to the 21 Savage album, is everybody's going to start committing to that. Everybody's going to start committing to it. They about to try to put out the most bland music they can to see if they can find a way to cross over. So don't be surprised if a lot of what Big X the Plug did with his last album start coming from these niggas. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if you see Thug doing a song with Morgan Wallen or Waylon, whatever his name is. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if you see a lot of these niggas standing around Post Malone. Do not be surprised. And I also think that in the back of their head, they're starting to realize that this Drake thing is not as salvageable as they thought it was this time last year. They need another big fish to leech off of. They need another big fish to leech off of. Drake might not be it no more. Because at the end of the day, you can see how they talking. These niggas is leeches. Especially Thug. Entitled leech at that. An entitled leech. It's nothing worse than that. Somebody who wants shit from you all the time, but feel like you should be willing to give it to them more than they willing to ask for it. That nigga didn't want to talk to Andre 3000 manager. Talking about Andre 3000 should be want to talk to him. Who are you, Thug? But shout out to Spiritual John with the $10 super chat. I've been waiting for this shift for years. These grifters now have to figure out a new scam. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. The scam now is to pivot the same product to a new fan base. They feeling like the trap dried up. Nick, like the hood that they was trapping out of, the fiends going to rehab. The fiends going to rehab. They either dying or they going to rehab or going to jail. So they got to go find another trap to work out of. They got to go find a new hood and set up shop to trap in. That's what's going on. Shout out to Orator Import. Orator Import. I'm assuming that's what that is with the $10 super chat. It was so bad I couldn't even listen to anything past a certain era. So glad hip hop is starting to grow out of that. And the thing is, there was always good hip hop, even amidst the mainstream takeover of the trap sound. There was always good music. Always, always, always. Like if this wall that we have right here that's over my right shoulder, well, this way, the forward way, not the back way, because this the old shit. But the stuff over here, over the last 15 years, that's been great music this entire time. In spite of the mainstream influx of trap music. I just think a lot of people, we got to do a better job. And I think now this is the opportunity for us to do a better job in being more diligent digital crate diggers. What's good, DJ? We got to be more diligent virtual crate diggers. So we have to go look for the type of music that we like. You know, the algorithm is going to feed us what the industry wants us to be fed. You know, so there was always great music. A lot of people like, damn, like Kendrick, but Kendrick been Kendrick. Kendrick been doing this shit since Kendrick Lamar EP, even before. But Kendrick Lamar EP is like really the turning point. But in that time, before, you know, I had my issues with him, we had Cole, we had Crit, we had Childish Gambino pushing the boundaries. We had, for my street people, we had Freddie Gibbs, Schoolboy Q, some of our stoners, we had Isaiah Rashad, we had Wiz, some of our lifestyle people, we had Larry June, Dom Kennedy. For some of our southern people, we had, I already said Crip, we had Ross, we had Currency, like I said. Like even up north, like early on, we had Joey Badass around All American Badass. Like he kind of lost me, but like prior to that, you know what I'm saying? Like with the women's side, throughout the decade, we had Rhapsody coming into herself. We had the emergence of Meg, Cardi. We had Nicki doing what she was doing already. We had it's a lot of people, man, and I'm just naming a lot of the mainstream people. So you already know, like going deeper than that, we have a lot of underground artists that don't get mentioned the way they should. But we had the emergence and eruption into the mainstream from the Griselda camp. We had the Bodie Jameses of the world. We had all of this shit, man. It's so much shit. Ace Hood. And Ace Hood might have a top 25 album of the year this year with his last album, Soul. The acronym spells out to Some of Us Lose. If you haven't heard the Ace Hood album, go check that out. That shit is actually dope. But Ace Hood has always been fire. Chance prior to the big day and his last album was fire. Jid, earlier Earth Gang. Who else? Man, it's so many people. Killer Mike with the Run the Jewels saga. Wale. I hadn't got to him. Y'all know I'm an advocate for Wale. Y'all know I'm an advocate for Wale. He just slipped my mind. I hadn't did Big Sean or some of the other people, you know, earlier Meek. I haven't really been like his last album, I think Expensive Pain. I think it was pretty good. Championships was his best album. I'm trying to see. I'm gonna kind of leave it down. Oh, Travis Scott, like earlier Travis Scott, pre-Utopia. You know, I think Birds in the Trap was really good. His magnum opus was Astro World. Of course, let me see. Nothing's new on that wall. Oh, Tyler the Creator. Completely forgot Tyler the Creator. But man, I think if you left and you missed the blog era, you missed so much good ass music. You missed so much music, bro. Like, and it's cool because it's there. The digital footprint is there. I do like Tierra Whack. I fuck with Mick Jenkins heavy. Tierra Whack and Mick Jenkins are but they're some of my favorite just artists in general. Like in this newer area, I really fuck with them. I wish they would get more acclaim, but I do understand, especially from Mick Jenkins, he makes more of an underground sound, but like rap wise, elite. Sci the Prince, Nick Grant. It's so many people, man. Did y'all like UGK? Hey, come hold on, what the fuck? I can't get the camera on them, but they around here somewhere. I got Riding Dirty right here. Y'all can't see it, but yes, come on now. We're from the South. Chris Patrick. I was about to listen to his album the other day, had my kids in the car. The first song is so, it's just like, bro, come on now. Come on, Chris. Why are you talking this crazy? Like, I can't even play it. But yeah, the point I'm making is so many dope ass artists, man. So many dope ass artists that if you haven't been present during the blog era and you want to go back, it's so much to go back to. Like early, like a lot of people like Live and Die by Long Live ASAP. A lot of people live and die by Long Live ASAP. I think ASAP Ferg is the better of the two, but hey, that's personal opinion. But yeah, man, so many good ass artists, man. So many good ass artists. I liked early Doja Cat before I found out she was, had her proclivities. Who else? I think I kind of named everybody on that wall over there. Oh, early Kid Cudi, Nip. Bro, it's just so many artists, bro. So many fucking artists, bro. So many artists. Cam, why you keep changing your name, man? Why you keep changing your name? I actually like Scarlet, the original version of Scarlet from Doja Cat. It was cool. It wasn't as good as Alligator Bites, but it was pretty good. It Let me see. But the point up, okay, let me get all the way back to the initial point. Let me get all the way back to the initial point. But yeah, it's the music is there. Go to like a blog era essentials. As a matter of fact, I got something up and we'll pivot to that after we do this. Just remind me to be like, Skip, pull up the generation list. Just say that. After we finish this, be like, Skip, pull up the generation list. And I do that because there's some albums that I want to show y'all. And me and DJ was supposed to like have like a little debate about which which era had the best music. But I feel like it'll be a good time to kind of discuss some of this stuff now, and it won't be contentious. It'll just be me, you know, kind of showing y'all, especially because I am aware. I mentioned Big Crit. A lot of music, a lot of great ass music was made in all of these different generations. And it's important to continue to uphold that quality and not be like, let's just go pop and do the easy shit. But let's finish this video.
I feel like we gotta like take it to the next level. We gotta level up. Like AI, it's just so much. Everything in the world leveling up except hip hop. Like niggas get like worse. Like we getting worse. Then
and I think that we, even though he might not have mentioned it, he might not have meant it in that context. That's indicative of him discussing his nucleus. Him, the only one of them that's even holding water is Gunna. The last 3 Gunna albums is better than anything these niggas have put out since 2021, maybe. The closest competition to the music that Gunna is putting out is I Am Greater Than I Was from 21 Savage. Ain't no Thug album been as good as the 3 albums that Gunna put out. Oh, I forgot Baby King. Where will Baby King fit in 2026? I'll get to that later. I don't want to lose the plot again. But just remember to ask me that again later, Lemon Kid. But I lost the plot. But all of these guys, Gunna is putting out the best music, and it's not necessarily close because Future is so high that he doesn't count. But Future's putting out good music because I think Future doesn't so closely align himself with the shit that they're doing or in the mindset that they have. He does operate in the assembly line style of releasing music. I gotta come back every year. But Future works harder, considerably harder on his music than these individuals do. There's no redeemable qualities consistently in their music after 2020. It's Future and Gunna. And Gunna he's put out his last 3, I think, Gift and a Curse, Gunna Wanna, and the last one. They've all been like at the same spot of like a B level album. They're putting out C- D+ quality work. So when he says we're getting worse, we're not leveling up, we're being lazy, I really think he's talking about his friend group. And I think that's why they're now trying to, at least on social media, trying to rally themselves back together. God rest his soul. But after Culture One, the Migos started to fall off. Like, because the shit that they were doing that was new and exciting, and I'm talking about all of them as a group now, it's not new and it's not exciting anymore. The one thing about Future is Future's a songwriter. Ain't none of these niggas writing songs for anybody outside of themselves. Future wrote songs for Beyonce. Future wrote songs for Sierra. Like some of Sierra's biggest songs in her second run was either a Future feature or a Future feature, or Future wrote it. And when he showed that he can demonstrate the ability to be like an actual credible songwriter, his music hasn't been like leveling up ever since. But you can tell that he has the quality of craftsmanship, bare minimum, to hold his own as a credible artist. These niggas don't have that because they just want to get in there, have a good time, punch their way through verses, say shit over and over, make redundant ass songs, redundant flows, hooks, choruses, songs, beats, albums over and over and over again. And now they're getting diminishing returns, and nobody wants to hear that shit.
Then when we first, I think we like reach, so we just like comfortability. Even when we feel like we like hustling hard as we can, we still like we still cap. We so comfortable. I feel like we need this type of shit. I would be so happy if hip hop turned into pop. Like, nobody on this earth could fuck with it when it comes to that type of shit.
See, and this is the quietest part, because this is the loudest part of the entire conversation, because there's so many implications to this part right here. Because what he's saying is he wishes he could push music to a more, he could make watered down music while still selling his cultural cachet. He wants to cross over. But instead of him actually crossing over and going into that space, he wants it to be pop in the aspect of more watered down music, more just catchy melodies, no consequential lyrics, no need to be thought provoking, just jingles. He wants to get it to the space where he can just make jingles. That's what he wants to do, because he feels like in that space, he can shine. More palatable, yes. And by more palatable, it just means no edge, no true organic creativity, just finding ways to make or remake. Who can draw a circle the best? That's the thing. Who can draw the circle the best? Because when you look at pop, it's just a whole bunch of reanimated, regurgitated shit. Every 3 years or so, you're gonna get a new blind girl with blue eyes kicking innocent into approving slutty music. You're gonna get one of them every 3 years. You're gonna get a brunette who exists outside of stat quo that makes music for the other. You know what I mean? You're gonna get a you're gonna get a black passing, or one who existed in black culture previously. And then they take that edge into pop. So they exist to cater to a different demographic. And then eventually they find themselves in the bigger demographic because they found a home, they laid a seed in the other, the more edgy other, and still pull over some of the more black-centric ideology or black-centric aesthetic, like a Pink, like an Ariana Grande early on, like a Miley Cyrus when she was trying to progress from the Hannah Montana era into the Miley Cyrus era, Justin Bieber, Justin Timberlake. It is a very cyclical plug and play machine. And it's like that because they found a way to continuously make it work. They found a way to continuously make it work. So much so, excuse me, we talked about this maybe 6 months ago. We talked about the whole K-pop thing. Adele, exactly. What's my boy name? Stay with me, Sam Smith. Once he went the holistic Southern gospel route, and he built himself and got his acclaim, first album, all of that shit. Immediately after that, his next pivot, I'm coming all the way out the closet. I'm dressing more. I'm presenting more to the LGBT community, LGBTQIA plus community. I think that's the whole thing. I don't want to fuck it up. I don't want to make nobody mad. But they show themselves a certain way. And then once they get that validation from us, because we gonna push them for whatever fucking reason, we be like, oh, such and such got a little style. We push them up. They get to a point where they feel like they've built themselves on our backs, and then they walk away. They walk away. When the last time Sam Smith did a song with a choir? I'm waiting. When the last time Post Malone did a song with an 808 in it? With a rapper? That was in the rap genre. I wait. They come in. They do this shit. Macklemore. But Macklemore, his shit wasn't really like hip. I didn't listen to the album. I don't know. I think bro like caught that Black Eyed Peas type wave. I don't think his shit was ever like just innately hip hop. I don't think it was ever just innately hip hop. I just think he was rapping and they felt like they could push him. But like that Fight Till It's Over song, that shit don't. He was just rapping. He was a rapping pop artist. Excuse me. Shout out to T-Mac with a super chat. Big X the Plug said country artists work too hard, so he's going back to rap. What? He admitted he don't write his own raps. I saw that. But that's the thing. These niggas just want to come up. They don't want to work hard. And I knew that Big X the Plug was on some bullshit when I heard his album Take Care, and like damn near all of the songs is samples. I knew he was a bullshit ass artist then because it's so much reheated food. So when this I Hope You're Happy, I think that's the name of it, came out. It's a couple songs on there that's good. The song with Shabuzi, that's a good song. And the song with the other dude, I can't remember the name of it. Pray Hard. I don't know the featured artist, but he got a country artist singing all of his choruses. Like he lazy as fuck, and that's not true artistry. If a different person on every song got to do your hooks, that's not good artistry. And they keep saying that hip hop is like it's not a lot of artists here, but it's always from niggas who don't want to do artistic shit. The one person that I can say who like ran off on hip hop and was like still making artistic music was Post Malone. His album Hollywood is it was Hollywood's Burning, I think. That album was really fucking good. And that was like post him leaving, but that album did still kind of have some remnants of hip hop music in it. But the point I'm making is these niggas just want to be able to make easy, they want to do the easy shit. And also Hollywood's Bleeding, thank you. Also, if hip hop goes pop, a lot of the hip hop rules die with hip hop. That's the thing that a lot of people, I've been seeing some videos and shit. That's the one thing people are not addressing. Because if hip hop adopts pop centric ideology to where we don't care what happens in the studio, as long as the song is good, niggas gonna stop getting writers. Niggas gonna start getting writers. Niggas not gonna care about telling the truth, being authentic, none of that. We're going to see more curated, think tank assembled individuals being presented to us as hip-hop artists. But it won't be hip-hop anymore. Hip-hop will be the aesthetic, but pop will be the genre, to where it's just we just making cookie cutter shit. Shout out to JP making a way for the AI artists. We got to talk about that sometime in this show. Just about some AI shit that just came up, which is crazy to me. And it was some shit that I kind of theorized with the Drake Kendrick beef. And it makes sense now. And we'll talk about that. Let me see. Shout out to Bakugan said, if I If you can't tell me your story, then why am I listening to you? But the thing is, then if they make it pop and everybody has the unspoken agreement to that this is now the hip-hop version, the hip-hop goes pop, we won't care because we've already made that unspoken agreement. We've already signed that social contract that we're not expecting the things that we previously expected from these artists. And that's why they're making such a hard push, because they're using their celebrity, their cachet, their ability to have reach on these different platforms and get propagated, that people will start to agree with their sentiment. So when you see these niggas like, hey, bro, I don't even give a fuck about rap like that. What? Yeah, Kendrick, one of them writers, will goddamn, he can goddamn, like, he be saying words and just goddamn just saying shit. He can say shit with words. You mean he can rap? You mean he can rap? You mean he's a good lyricist, like he has literary background? You mean those things exist? And it's just like, damn, like y'all don't care, like y'all have disregarded so much about the actual culture of like hip hop and the art, just not even the culture. Y'all have disregarded so much of the art form of hip hop that people who actually practice these tools of the craft, y'all treat them as if they are the outlier. And we've let these niggas stay around so long that they really think that. They think somebody like a Kendrick is an anomaly. My nigga, you are the anomaly. You are the anomaly. Well, you're not so much of an anomaly now, but you are the thing that we can do without. But if you want to stick around, there's a space for you. You will never get the same respect as someone as a Kendrick will get, or as a Cole will get, or a Jid, or these other people. Y'all are supposed to make the turn, quote unquote, music. Y'all are supposed to exist in the mainstream. Y'all are supposed to be the more easily digestible rappers. That's y'all purpose. But y'all fucked the game up when y'all thought that y'all were supposed to be the ones leading the culture. Y'all have never been the type of rap artist that lead the culture. It's never been that way. Never has any one of y'all came in and dictated the culture. Have y'all helped shape the culture in some ways or build a subculture for yourselves? Yes. But has there ever been a rapper who did not have elite rap skills dictating the culture? No. The closest we've got to it is Drake. But we can go back to earlier Drake before he even had connections to ghostwriters and shit. And we can see that Drake had skill as a writer and as a rapper. Somewhere along the way, he sold that to attempt to be a hit maker and to go and to reveal himself as what he was the whole time. Somebody waiting for the opportunity to go pop and using hip hop as his introduction to mass populace, because nobody can make you cooler faster than the hip hop crowd and than black people. Nobody can give you that initial stamp that makes sense to a lot of people quicker than us. Nobody. So when you look at, and they don't do it as much, but back when they were doing a lot of cover songs, like when cover artists were getting signed, they were covering black artists. The three cover artists that I can name off the top, well, I can name two of the three. I can't remember the other lady name, but two of the three, Tori Kelly, actually super talented though, super talented. It was this other guy named Somo, and I can't remember the other lady name, but she blew up. She covered Busta Rhymes' verse on "Look at Me Now." Hold on, my lips a little dry. Hold on. My bad, y'all. But yeah, they blew up, got signed. All of them got signed and became professional artists on varying levels. Like Tori Kelly has like gotten to a level where she's like in movies and, you know, fucking doing Mariah Carey tributes and all of this other shit. Somo, he didn't blow up, but he, you know, was able to tour for a while and had relative level of success. But he did a cover of Fucking Problems. He did his own rendition. Like he actually sung the verses and all this other shit. It was cool. I ain't gonna lie, the shit was kind of tough. But the point I'm making is they blew up and got respect on the varying levels of the mainstream and were able to build professions off of mimicking black art, covering black art. I'm not saying she's not talented. Tori Kelly is extremely talented as a singer. However, I didn't see her covering Christina Aguilera. I didn't see her covering Celine Dion. When the singers want to get there, they cover Beyonce, they cover Jasmine Sullivan. The ones who feel big and bad, they cover Whitney Houston. They come over here. I'm not saying she didn't. I'm saying I didn't see it because it didn't blow up enough to get on this side to the people who aren't familiar, who it isn't being pushed to. My point is her Suit and Tie cover blew up so much that a person who doesn't watch covers at all was able to see it. Somo, I wasn't watching covers at all. Him doing Fucking Problems pushed him to me. So it's not about if they didn't do it or not. It didn't get out enough for the regular, average, casual consumer of whatever they're contributing to see it. That's the point. Because I bet y'all didn't know that Lil Uzi Vert did a remix. I guess not a remix. He did his own version to Rigor Mortis. I bet y'all didn't know that. I bet y'all didn't know that. I bet y'all didn't know that Lil Uzi Vert was actually rapping, rapping over the Rigor Mortis beat. I bet y'all didn't know that. Can I pull it up? I don't know if I want to. The point is, JP, it's not about if you were trying to know. It didn't make it to where you even saw it. That's the point. That's the point. So it's not about whether or not you saw it. It's the fact he did it from based on what y'all are saying. But the fact is, it didn't blow up, so it wasn't pushed to you. So it's not just the fact that they did it. It's the fact that it got pushed. So the first time you probably saw Uzi into the casual space was maybe All My Friends Are Dead, or what was the name of that song? I can't remember, but They Pushed Me to the Edge song. It's probably the first time a lot of y'all saw him. Was it bad or decent? It wasn't bad, I don't think. To my recollection, I only watched it once, but it wasn't bad. You know what I'm saying? So the point I'm making is there is a lot of equity in Black culture. There's a lot of equity in Black culture. There's a lot of equity in Black music. So a lot of times there is a specific sect of certain Black art or certain artists who they feel like can appeal to the Black crowd to get them started. They push them in that direction. They push them in that direction, or the artists themselves just inherently either has an appreciation for Black art or sees that there is value in covering these people because they are huge, because they are culturally appreciated and valued at such a high level that if you nail this cover, this will do more for you than covering Christina Aguilera. It'll be like, oh, she can sing if she does Christina Aguilera, which is also another talented artist. But if she do Whitney Houston, It's going to blow up because we're going to blow it up. We're going to push it to people who wouldn't even see the Christina Aguilera. That does not matter. Like, her being biracial doesn't matter. That's not my point. That's not the point. The point is Black culture for people who eventually go pop and present to pop. There is a very identifiable lane of people who go through the gateway and treat hip hop and Black culture as a gateway into the wider populace of pop culture. That's the point. It's not about being black or white. Because nobody would look at Tori Kelly and assume she had Black lineage. Nobody's doing it. Just like the Haley Steinfeld girl. Nobody's looking at them and seeing Black. I'm sorry. So I never once looked at her and was like, dang, she like she got some Black in her. I don't see that. And if she don't say it or you don't go find it, it doesn't become apparent to you. I had no idea that she had a Black parent. Because at the end of the day, when they present her to the crowd, when they present her to the masses, she got blonde hair, light eyes. They're not gonna be like, oh yeah, she's mixed. They're gonna let the people believe whatever they want to believe. Because how she presents is more marketable than them introducing the fact that she got a Black daddy. It's the truth. Because the rest of everything else that I've said in reference to this Black to pop pipeline, it is an established pattern all the way back from Elvis, all the way back to even before Elvis, when they was taking artists who was in the Chitlin circuit and making great music, and they would barricade them within the Chitlin circuit, steal their music and put it on popular radio. So of course, 60, 70 years later, they still doing this shit. They still doing it. And the fact that we're arguing about whether or not she has Black lineage is beside the point. It's beside the point. Because the whole thing is about how you present to a quote unquote genre of people. Because pop is there is no representative genre for pop. It's just the shit that's popular. Because it's really an amalgamation of a whole bunch of other shit. But let me hold on. Let me do some of these super chats, and then we'll get back started. Y'all got me ranting and shit. Hold on, my bad. Okay, I did the orator. Shout out to T-Mac with this $20 super sticker. Let me hit this one. Thank you for your support. Shout out to Cam Salon with the $5 super chat. Just rappers are the equivalent to a student who's just doing enough to make it by. Exactly. And it's like eventually, the harder your course load gets, the more difficult it is to just do enough. Or your teachers see it and start lowering your grade because they see you're not giving effort. Shout out to Tomato Mustard. Nari. Okay. With the with the super chat. Why would the label still fund the 21 Thug style of music when AI can do what they do? They can go pop, but mainstream. Hold on, but pop streaming is moving to AI. AI hasn't been vetted yet. AI, there is no model of AI in hip hop that we have respected yet. So we can't just say AI can replace them because we haven't seen a AI artist model that has been respected and accepted outside of the person we're going to talk about a little later, the entity, which was crazy to me reading the comments. I was floored with the level of respect and support that AI artist was getting, it was just like, fuck, that's crazy to see in real time that people are defending an unreal entity, arguing with a real live artist about artificial being's existence in a human participating in human activity. It's crazy as fuck. Shout out to T-Mac with the $5 super chat. Big X the plug said, okay, I read this one. Thank you again for the support, though. Cam with the $5 super chat says, some rappers forget rap is an actual art form and only see this game as a quick lick. And that's what we're seeing here. So they're trying to go where the money resides. That's what they want to do. They want to go to where the money at. And the quickest way they can get to it is going to where the largest populace of people are. And if in that large populace of people, they can sell them even more watered down product, that's where they're going to go because they can stretch it out farther. Shout out to Aries Girl 77. Just became a YouTube member. Go check out Road to 100 season 2. It's really good. Shout out to D2B2 gifted 10 We Are Decipher memberships. If you get one, be sure to thank D2B2. Let me see if Screaming Cell hadn't done any yet. She's been doing a lot of, or he's been doing a lot. I'm not sure. I want to respect. But if you got a gifted membership today, Wednesday, or any previous time, be sure to thank either D2B2 or Screaming Cell, especially if you get one while you're on stream. Shout out to D2B2 with the What's good? I'm Skip.
You know, DJ.
And this is the 5
with the big dog 50 ball. Good evening, good people. I'll catch y'all again on the replay. Triple salute to D2B2 for the big dog $50 super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We were talking about Pop because he was mentioning going Pop. In their perfect world, they'll be able to go Pop, bring writers in, do writers' rooms, have people help them write these songs that they can push further, stop making shit that has to exist in the hip-hop space while still carrying these hip-hop aesthetics. Feel like they can still get respected by the hood because they got money and money trumps all. That's what they want to do. They want to get to a place where they don't have to adjust to what's going on. That's why they want hip-hop to go pop. They would rather hip-hop die than them have to coexist in this space.
You know, I hope you happy. But I also love hip-hop because I know a lot of hip-hop artists can't do that.
Well, you can rap your ass off. We always do that. But hip-hop also always looks to you to push boundaries. Every project something different. It's a risk. You can stay comfortable. You can do the same thing. People love that. But
and the craziest thing is, the craziest shit to me is, and this ain't just a Kendrick thing, but Drake addressed it in the I think Family Matters, and he kind of addressed it in Push-Ups too, where Kendrick is rapping to white people, or Kendrick is making music that white people respond to. And it blew my mind that a lot of people were looking at that like a jab, or like, ooh, that's a good punch. Like Kendrick make music and it be white people at his shows. It just, and in that moment, I started to realize like how many people only interact with music in the club or in their car or at home. A lot of people not going to concerts or going to festivals or going to massive musical productions. It be a bunch of white people there. If you go to a concert that got more than 300 people, it could be in the hood. If it's got more than 300 people there, you finna start seeing larger and larger amounts of white people. For fact number one, white people are over 60% of the population in the country. So by default, if 10% of them purchase music, they're going to still be the largest amount of consumers of music. And we can get into, you know, the wealth disparity and all of that other stuff and how that allows them to be able, you know, to financially invest in music more than people of lower socioeconomic status. But we ain't gonna do that right now. There is a huge amount of white fans in hip hop because there are a huge amount of white people, not only in America, but in the world. And since hip hop was birthed and proliferates through America, hold on, my computer's been down. Hold on. Since hip hop proliferates through America, and a lot of white people are in America, of course, there's gonna be a lot of white fans. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, when you cross over, what are you crossing over into? You're crossing over into mainstream white America. And in that, a lot of times, your music has to soften. Unless
I feel like
unless you're so far on the right side of history that you're speaking to a level of the human condition that even if people don't necessarily agree with you initially, there are enough people that agree, or at the very least appreciate the level of thought and creativity you're putting into your art. Oh shit. They're down to, shout out to Sam's owner, they are down to 59.8%. Speaks to why they're crashing out now. Yeah. I don't want to get into it just yet. Well, yeah, I don't want to get into it just yet. Especially that particular part. Because if I start going on to that, we not gonna have no music discussion. And I want to have a music discussion. But they're going to be there. When we went to the TDE Concert, it was a diverse ass crowd. It was probably 2,000 people in the venue. I looked it up. I got the venue size. It was like 2,000 people in there. It was a fair share of white people in there. It was a fair share of black people in there. I saw some Latino fans. I think I saw some Indian fans in there. Of course, I saw some black people in there. You know, we was in there. But it's going to be a mixing pot because just music in general reaches a lot of different people. What's good, Moni? It reaches a lot of different people. Like I was telling y'all not too long ago, I was so surprised with them young white boys being so attached to Young Nudy. I was surprised. I was super surprised because it was what Nudy was talking about. Like, he was really talking about some 07 mixtape Gucci trench rap, sound, aesthetic, all of that shit. But if you big enough, you gonna have a bunch of white fans, dog. You gonna have white fans. It don't matter what you do. Because even if you on the most pro-blackish shit, it's gonna be some white people who fuck with that. Because at the end of the day, if you're standing in something righteous, there are going to be people, regardless of their background, that resonate with righteousness. So it ain't just the fact of, hey, you own this, like you're doing performative blackness in the white people, like, and you're monetizing white guilt or some crazy shit like that. I have heard some like super, I've heard I think I've heard Vince Staples and No Name kind of speak to that, like on their own journey as artists. However, but like the music that resonates the most, even in their own catalog, is the music where they're discussing the human experience. That's the music that cuts through the most. That's the music that had people crying at concerts, falling out, being starstruck when they see these people. It's not just the hits. It's the music that actually connects with people. So if you have a huge crossover fan base, or just a huge fan base in general, there's something about your music that is reaching the hearts and minds of the people that are hearing your music. And a lot of times that music rests in human experience. And these niggas, Thug and 21 and all of these niggas, they're speaking to such a specific part of the human experience that it's not going to resonate over and over and over again because you haven't even found an interesting way to repackage it. You haven't found an interesting way to repackage it. But the thing with a lot of the quote unquote woke, not even woke, I don't want to say that word, just a lot of the people who respect the art form, one important part of the art form is not showing up the same way twice. At least the same way twice in a row. I think Jay-Z may be the only nigga who's gotten away in like, some of the New York niggas. I think a lot of New York niggas might do it. Damn. That's kind of ass. But the point I'm saying is you have to be special to even feel like you can get away with some shit like that. But more times than not, the true artists, they recreate themselves throughout their career. Now, Hove did, because of course he went through like his immediate post, I guess, drug dealer era, which was like early on, and then he tried to rebrand and go like more. He tried to go a little bit mainstream, like mainstream hitmaker in his like Big Pimpin' Blueprint era, and then he rebranded into like Black Album, Kingdom Come. That was a rebrand. He soft rebranded again, like rebranded musically with like Blueprint 3, then again with the Magna Carta into or Watch the Throne into Magna Carta, this whole upscale mega luxury aesthetic, and then he changed again with 444. So he's presenting himself genuinely as himself, so there will be overlap in his music, but the way that he presents himself changes. Nas, he changed. We know Nas is Nas, but Nas had many different eras where he showcased some of the same things in different facets. But these niggas, they're not recreating themselves in interesting ways. They just popping back up again. And also, the thing that fucked them up too is they keep coming back so quick. Y'all not giving people time to miss what y'all doing. And in that time where people could be missing what y'all doing, y'all could be finding different ways to present yourself. Y'all not working with different producers. Y'all not trying to experiment with different sounds. The only person who has tried that has been Thug in this group. Exactly. Kendrick has been a different person every single album. We can even go back to the Kendrick Lamar EP was not the same Kendrick that showed up on OD, Section 80, Good Kid, T-Pab, Damn, Mr. Morale. Shit, Untitled Unmastered wasn't even the same energy from To Pimp a Butterfly. You could tell that whatever he was doing in those sessions was either before creating the actual album or after. And we didn't need the time markers on the tracks to know that. One thing, I think the thing that a lot of people be like, bro, why y'all don't talk about Big Crit that much? Big Crit continue to sell us the same refried beans over and over and over. And that's why it don't matter how hard he tried now, his shit not hidden, because it's too many times of the same shit. It's too many times of the same shit. I fuck with Big Crit. But Big Crit put out 10 albums in a row and they all had the same aesthetic. It was just too much of the same shit. It don't matter how good it is, because it's gonna be diminishing in returns after a while. It just ain't hidden, because you wrung out all the water out of that rag. It ain't nothing left. It ain't nothing left. well, you can't show up different when you aren't introspective. That's actually a misnomer. That's actually a misnomer, because you could just show up different in the sound. You don't even have to you don't even have to show up different in what you're saying. Travis Scott is a perfect example. And I use Travis Scott as an example all of the time when people be like, y'all just don't like that type of music because y'all want to hear rap. Travis Scott is one of the worst rappers out of this. Out of Thug, 21, Gunna, Lil Baby, and I know he's not from Atlanta, but I'm doing this to make a point. We can go Nudie, all of the Migos. Who else was out at the time? Future. Travis Scott is the worst rapper out of all of those people. He is the absolute worst rapper out of all of those rappers. Absolute worst. If the lowest rapper in that group is a 4.5 out of 10, Travis Scott is a 3. He is a horrible rapper, like absolutely horrible. There's no introspection in his music. And even when he have rappers, I mean, even when he has writers, they don't write him into a space that's foreign from where he exists. I think y'all saying introspection when y'all should be saying like perspective. Travis Scott has perspective. He doesn't have introspective music, but he does have perspective and not even foresight. He has enough perspective to see what the soundscape is, and he built a soundscape, and he built upon his soundscape each offering. You can't say musically top to bottom that Days Before Rodeo, Birds in a Trap, what was the other one? Astro World and Utopia, they don't sound alike like that. They're not rehashes of previous work. They're not rehashes of previous work. The thing with Utopia that blew me personally was that it sounded like he was trying to recreate Yeezus. But previous to that, he had enough uniqueness in his sound to not solely sound so derivative of another person. And his individual sound kept evolving, and he was lending his sound to other people. Shout out to Pepper. Pepper said, having a different sound requires you to sit down and decide to be different. They're not doing that because they don't exist in the musician aspect of it. When you really start to think about it, a lot of the best artists or a lot of the great artists, they may not produce their music, but they're hands-on in that process. They sit with the producers, they build rapport with the producers, they see what's going on, they input, certain stuff, and they build with the producer. These niggas are getting packs sent to them by these producers and drumming shit up in the studio. There is no collaboration. They're not being produced. They're being sent beats. So there is no expansion on the sound because that's not the aim. It take too long to do that. Like they were saying, like it's more than one way to skin a cat. Like I was thinking about this earlier. They was like, Drake is always on tour. Drake smoking Kendrick in tour sales, this, that, and the third, yada, yada, yada. Or you got to be outside to have impact to sell on tour. Kendrick last tour was in 2022 into 2023. He goes on tour again in 2025, and it extended the entire year. But this time, he made 3.5 times almost what he made on the Gen X tour was 3.5 times what he made on the Worldwide Steppers tour. And the Worldwide Steppers tour had double the shows. So they have to stop being so intimidated by not being omnipresent. They feel like they need to constantly be in front of you. So they're constantly releasing new music. They're not giving themselves time to grow. They don't even know if they can grow. They're not giving themselves time to do so. They finish one album, they get right back in the studio with the same beats, same producers, same environment, same experience. They're not even experiencing nothing. These niggas don't even rap about tour life. It just shows like how deep in that very, very small space that they are artistically, because they're looking at it from the perspective of, hey, why sell meth when there's crack booming? Or why sell crack when there's heroin booming? Or why sell heroin when it's super easy to get off these perks? So I'm gonna keep selling y'all perks. And then when y'all decide y'all don't want drug dealers in y'all community no more, I'm gonna just go to another community and sell them dope. That's all they doing. That's all they doing. They're looking for somebody to get the product that they're already producing. They don't want to go back and learn how to produce new things, because they don't look at it like that. But all of the best producers, all of the best artists, they got their hand in production some type of way. Like Kendrick he was in there all the way through the process of To Pimp a Butterfly with the band, all the way in the damn process. Good Kid, Mad City, all the way forward. Big Crit, rapper producer. J. Cole, rapper producer. Tyler the Creator, rapper producer. Who else? Travis Scott, rapper producer. Even though he's not really good at rap, but he's so good at production that he created a world. Havoc from Mobb Deep, Andre 3000. Like, niggas really be multi-pronged talents. At the very least, you got to have a good relationship with the production, with the producer or production team, so your vision can extend beyond what you simply say on the record. That shit is extremely important. Hold on. I don't care about that. But yeah, that shit is extremely important. And they just leave that to those people. So they're putting too much of their music in somebody else's hands. So of course it's gonna keep coming back with diminishing returns. And speaking of diminishing returns, let me see what y'all saying before I pivot. Shout out to Scream itself, man. In 20 years time, we'll be hearing Dot and Jid as elevator music or music on hold before we hear Drake or any of these other knuckleheads. I don't know. It's all about what the label's willing to push, but we have to kind of do what we can to see if we can dictate terms a little bit better. We got to see if we can dictate terms a little better. Or the artist got to get some nuts. The artist got to get some nuts. We need to start seeing stronger artists go independent. We need to see stronger artists start going independent and demanding the infrastructure to work for them. And in that, a lot of these copycat ass niggas will be like, you know what? I can do it that way too. Because a lot of people in life want to be told what to do, want to see something that's already established and working and just copy that. That's why it's way more followers than leaders. A contrarian ain't nothing but a follower who don't like following, but isn't courageous enough to lead. Shout out to Simply J with the let me see. Oh yeah, hit the like button. It's 207 in here. I don't know how many people hit the like button, but do that for me. If you're watching right now, you have the ability, hit the like button. Drop down, make all that stuff available, hit the like button, and then go back in the chat. Most of us, shout out to Rejuice too. Most of us can tell who puts their all into their art. It's seen and felt. The lazy ones are obvious. It's very obvious because by the third song on the album, you can tell if somebody trying or not. Because everybody 9 times out of 10, the intro gonna be good unless the artist just sucks. Unless the artist sucks, the intro is going to be good. Because more times than not, especially in this era where people aren't making like focused albums, they're just making playlists or songs that like have, okay, like, oh, this sounds like it could go first, or this song is high energy, it's like hidden, so just put that as the intro. So a lot of times, especially in this era, like this streaming era, a lot of niggas is putting their best song first. Like not they hit, but like their hardest record, where they're actually trying to rap, that goes first. And that second song gonna be a song that they trying to get to be a hit. And the third song gonna be like a hybrid, or vice versa. So by that third, fourth song, you're gonna know if the album good, you're gonna know if the artist good. Because by the third song, they should be getting experimental, getting into their artist bag. So you're seeing different levels of what they're trying to get across. But if it's the same thing 3 times in a row, you know bare minimum they not creative. And then you start looking at the artistic elements and what they're trying to do in the first 3 songs. And if they're not doing nothing, and if they're not doing nothing innovative, if they're not doing anything elite, you know this shit finna be redundant and half-assed. It don't take long. It does not take long. But I think if you press play on something, you owe it to yourself to at least see what's going on. Because sometimes you can get surprised. Sometimes people just sequence shit bad and it gets better later. For example, like my experience with the latest Raekwon album, I didn't like the first 2 or 3 songs. I didn't like the first 2 for sure. But the rest of the album was fire. So sometimes it just be bad sequencing. But you could tell there was an effort being made. I just didn't like the product. But like once I got to like song 6, because he had like a bunch of skits. Once I got to like song 6 or 7 to the end of the album, I was like, this shit is hard. But yeah, Raekwon put out Only Built for Cuban Links, so he get that credit of benefit of the doubt. Shout out to Scream and Set again. $20 gifted We Are Decipher memberships. If you get one, you heard what I said the last time. Shout out to Scream and Set. Let's go to the next thing and see how a lot of this shit is going into each other. I may get back to the jalopy. I may not, but it's cool either way. Shout out to him. Let me pull this down. Okay. No, I ain't that important right now. Shout out to Moni. She's everywhere. And this is per Kirko. 21 Savage's What Happened to the Streets is now projected to debut at number 2 on the Billboard 200 with 90,000 units. After 2 days ago, or 3 days ago now, because I think it was, or just earlier in the week, being projected to do 53,000. But now we go from 53,000 and add on like a 60, I don't know if it's 60% more, 67% more, but like that's almost 100% increase. That shit is crazy to go from 53,000 to 90,000 within 2 days, despite a major decrease in streams. Like Moni ain't never giving out bullshit information, so I'm taking what she's saying as fact. But I do remember we didn't discuss it because I was just like 53,000. That kind of serves, him right quality wise. And then we saw the Thug had diminishing returns. Gunna first album out of jail did big numbers, and then they decreased every album after, so it makes sense. But I was like, damn, 53 is kind of crazy as fuck. 90 is kind of like where we expect like a 21 Savage album to be. However, what the fuck happened to get it from 53 to 90? It's crazy. That's crazy work. Whatever happened, especially with none of the songs particularly being big, like as far as the Billboard hadn't. I think the Billboard come out Monday. I'd be interested to see what Mr. Recoup is, because I think that's the song that everybody's saying is. Well, that's the song with Drake on it. So I'm interested to see like where that song shapes out in the Billboard Hot 100. Because he got to have at least one top 10 song for his shit to do 90,000 units, or at least 115, 120, one top 15 or one top 20 song. Because I think So Be It was, I don't know where it was, but I think it was pretty high, and they ended up doing 118, but that was largely in part to a lot of physical sales as well. So what the fuck they doing over there? Because I haven't known 21 to do a bunch of physical records. Shout out to Bakugan. He said Ack was projecting 110 to 150. And we saw how he was looking when the 53 number came out. Because 110 to 150 shows that there's still a lot of demand. And 150 would actually be big for 21 Savage. Like, that is a high first week sale. You know, but we already know the music industry is going to push these mainstream artists as much as they can to get them to a point where they're getting their return on investment. They're going to sell you one way or another. They're going to sell you one way or another. They're going to sell you one way or another. Just like I was saying earlier about them buying streams, because they can sell, they're selling to the masses the chart status. And with the chart status comes prestige. And with that prestige comes the ability to sell yourself on tour, sell yourself with different collaborations, sponsorships, collaborations, all this good shit. So I get it. The billboard is just a billboard. That's what it is. That's what it is. So when you look at it like this, like, think about the general outlook on the Nas album, how people gonna look at it quality wise when they find out it did 21,000 first week or 22,000. They're gonna say that they're gonna say the album sucked. They're not going to say what they didn't like about the album. It's gonna be a bunch of people who didn't listen saying it sucked because of what it sold. They dictate qualitative value by quantitative measures. So of course, the people who live in that world gonna be like, nah, 53? Ain't no way I just did 53, twin. Hey, push the button. Let's get that shit as high as possible. I ain't gonna lie. We probably can't get it to 100. Let's stop at like 85. They hit 85 or hit they marker and got some organic push in there as well. So it's like that they couldn't let their first week come back less than 70. They couldn't do it. They could not do it. His highest, and this is from Carmen, his highest charting single is the song with the group formerly known as Drake from this album, projected at number 51. So that means I'm curious to know how many physical albums it sold. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't too tough get into the numbers and shit like that, because we start to have different conversations. Like, I saw somebody talking about, there's like, we as Drake fans know how the Billboard streaming structures work, and I was like, bro, like, why are y'all so concerned with that shit? Like, why? Like, y'all look like y'all level of concern with it is insane. Like, y'all study like how the numbers migrate throughout the week and all this other shit. I'm like, bro, I have to struggle to find that shit. Like, y'all see me when I be trying to pull up the Billboard for the current week. I ain't even know the shit. I didn't even know how it worked until recently. They be really like living and dying by the returns from Billboard, because they exist on that side where that's the thing that validates them. That's the thing that validates them. Like, we'll be like, hey, this shit was good. How much it sold? why the fuck does that matter? Why the fuck does that matter? Shout out to Mona. She said it'll probably get into a 1530 range since they found 30,000 in physical sales overnight. Yeah, I don't recall the album going for pre-order. Like the vinyl going for pre-order. I don't, was it number one at any point, like on Apple Music or some shit like that, or iTunes? I didn't hear about it because that's curious. Where did that come from? Where did it come from? Where did that spike come from? It's crazy. But yeah, I was talking about it not too long ago. Somebody was discussing, I can't remember who it was, but they were saying to the effect of, if you release often, they're able to hide covert bumps in your streams via botting through your consistent releases, and they're able to slow your decay rate through botting because you're releasing so much. So you're constantly infusing product into the market space, so they're able to manipulate you through pushing you up a little higher than you would have been, or markedly higher up than you would have been, and slowing your decay rate. So with that being said, you get the Drake song. Drake has a proverbial stimulus package. So they see a Drake song and they assume that this Drake song is supposed to have a certain result. So when that song does a certain amount of numbers or has an irrational amount of streams in a short period of time, they sell it under the fact that Drake's on the song. Okay, Moni said, yes, it went number one on Apple Music rap chart, but not the main chart. A couple hours later, Pooh Shiesty, the FDO Freestyle, knocked it out of number one, and it was number one on US Apple Music chart. But it didn't go number one on the main chart. Something looking shaky, baby. I don't know, my friend. I don't know. Something going crazy. I don't know what to believe. Shout out to Sam's owner 10. Nas should have sold more on general principle. New York don't love Nas like they say they do. They don't. New York does not love Nas like they say they do. They don't. They don't. I think it's the perfect time to have a conversation. And this point that I'm trying to make is gonna be sloppy as fuck. I tried to present it to my wife earlier. I felt like I was all over the place. But I'm gonna try to do it. And then we'll finish up the Atlanta destruction because it kind of goes into that. Okay. Y'all don't, man. Y'all don't. Y'all really don't. Ain't no way that he just dropped this album with DJ Premier and it wasn't made an event. It wasn't made an event. Another reason why I know y'all New York people don't love Nas like y'all say y'all do. Why every time that y'all book Nas to perform, he only perform in Illmatic? Every time he perform, y'all only want him to perform Illmatic. Y'all don't fuck with the rest of his shit. Why when Nas drop is it not an event? Nas dropped 6 albums in 2 years. 6 albums in 2 years. By the time he got the King's Disease 3, every drop after that should have been a big ass deal. It should have been a big ass deal. The way that the Southern fans treat Wayne, when Wayne put out bullshit album after bullshit album after bullshit album, Wayne been putting out bullshit music nonstop since 2011. He dropped the Carter 6 and it was garbage and it still did over 100,000. Nas may be one of the Nas in my estimation, if not number 2, Nas is the greatest rapper of all time. And if he's second, he's only second to Jay-Z. Nas dropped King's Disease 1, 2, 3, Magic 1, 2, 3, and then came back with Light Years. By the time he got to Magic 3, his album should have been doing 50,000 bare minimum. Bare minimum. His album should have been doing 50,000 bare minimum. If y'all love Nas up there in New York, in the tri-state area, like y'all say y'all do, Nas shouldn't have to fight for commercial attention. He should not. It's no way that Hove can, well, we know that Hove finagled the game with 444, you know, partnering up with Sprint, or it was Sprint, I think it was Sprint, partnering up with Sprint to have the album on the, like, to already built in so it could go platinum that first week. But it's no reason why Nas and DJ Premier should be doing 20,000 first week. It's no reason. It's no fucking reason, bro. It's no reason. It should be doing 55, 60, 65, 70,000 first week off the rip, like just off respect for what y'all know that he's proven. He's a proven commodity. Time and time again, that nigga should not have to be fighting for commercial success. That is Nas. Y'all think if 3K came out and dropped the album, it's gonna do 30,000 first week? Niggas was buying Andre 3000 flute album. His flute album did so good that the label had to eventually come back and accept it as an album and push it. And that was a flute album. Again, like, at the disdain of his fan. At the disdain of his fandom. Excuse me. It shouldn't matter. I'm assuming this is Brie. It shouldn't matter. That's Nas, bro. That 6 album run is promotion in itself. King's Disease 2 or King's Disease 3 won a Grammy. He working with, at that time, one of the hottest producers in all of rap in Hit Boy. That's the promotion in itself. 21 Savage didn't promote this album. He announced it 3 days later and dropped it. We can't do that. We can't do that. It's no reason why Nas should be doing 22,000, bro. No reason. No reason. New York should be pushing it. New York should be pushing it. I should be inundated with Nas interviews or content about Nas from New York publications. If Nas represents what New Yorkers and hip-hop traditionalists love and idolize so much, he didn't conform. He kicked the knowledge. He displayed premier elite hip-hop skill, technicality, and love for the genre through the entirety of his career. When he circles back to drop an album, bare minimum hip-hop in New York should stop every single time. They should stop every single time. Hip-hop ageism, the clips, Malice just as old as Nas, if not older. They just did 118, bro. They just did 118. Granted, they had some songs that garnered attention. Nas's presence should garner that same attention. He been gone too long. Magic 3 dropped 2 years ago. I looked it up the other day. Magic 3 dropped 2 years ago, and he was coming back with a longer anticipated album. I'm not saying he should have went platinum, but he should have did what the Clips did. We talking about Nas. We talking about, probably, like I said, we talking about probably the greatest rapper of all time. Not the best, the greatest rapper of all time. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. And this is what I'm saying. Like look at what we're doing. Because if Jay-Z came out, if Jay-Z dropped a freestyle, not a freestyle, Hove not gonna freestyle. If Hove dropped a feature on such and such song, all Guru would have to be is like, yeah, it's that time. Guru drop a tweet and say, yeah, it's that time. That album is going to be successful. It might not do 500,000, of course not. It's gonna do at least 150. That whole album gonna do at least 150 off respect, off the respect of whole face. It's gonna do 150 off the respect of his face. The world is gonna stop. Media gonna go crazy. Gonna go into a frenzy. What are we to expect from a Hove album? Hove ain't gonna have to promote shit. Hove ain't gonna have to promote shit. Like, come on, bro. Like, we can't keep creating all of these barriers for the people that we supposed to be championing in the culture to have to survive through. As a matter of fact, I'll be right back. Let me prove to y'all I'm about what I say. Y'all niggas think I be just saying shit. What the fuck? Cause I think y'all think I just be saying shit, bro. Like we really in the age where we can really dictate what the fuck going on. Let me turn this around. And this is what I mean off the respect of what he does. He should be getting sales. I bought this pre-sale. I think I bought this shit so early the album covers weren't even pressed up yet. I say and speak the way I speak. It's not to be like, oh yeah, I bought it. I'm doing it like I bought this as a fan. I didn't have to be marketed to. I bought this shit on pre-order as soon as I saw that it was available. The album wasn't even, I bought that before the album came out because I knew who it was coming from. I respect Nas enough as an artist to purchase his art before it even come out. Bought this shit on pre-sale. Rollouts are important. I get that. I respect that. I even honor that. However, Nas is one of the people who shouldn't have to. He shouldn't have to. They are important for a lot of people. Even the big artists should do rollouts. However, Nas shouldn't be doing 22,000 because niggas should be tapped in with him before we even get to the rollout. That's Nas. That's Nas. He should have did 30,000 first week off New York alone. That's the point. Why does Nas have to step back out and prove to niggas and convince niggas that he's Nas? Like, this shit's still in the rapper. Like, I ain't even heard it yet. I bought this shit off the strength. I bought it off the strength. I don't know if y'all can see. It's still in the fucking plastic. It's still in the plastic. I bought this shit off the strength. Soon as I saw it was available. And we as fans have to do that, especially if it's somebody that we support, bro. Like, I get it. Like, you might not want to buy a vinyl because a vinyl, like, this is an expensive medium of music to listen to. And I get that. But the pre-order through through iTunes or your musical platform of choice, do that. Do that. Like, when you hear about some shit, if it's something you like or it's something you support, like people say they do, y'all, like, niggas say, hey, cuz we want real hip-hop. Who is a better representation of real hip-hop traditionalism in the last 30 years than Nas? You can't name me one. You cannot name a better representation of traditional hip-hop than Nas in the last 30 years. You can't. You can't. So with that being said, 20,000 is disrespectful. And even if Nas is independent and that 20,000, that 20, 21, 22,000 like hits his pockets differently, as fans of hip hop, that is crazy. Hove would never do 20. Hove would never do 50,000 first week, bro. Like, that's not like, bro, that's Nas, bro. That's fucking crazy. And it ain't just like, oh, it's not, it's because it's Nas. Like, he just showed y'all in the last 3 years that he operating at a clip that nobody in his age group is doing. Malice had a phenomenal 2025. Malice had a partner. Nas gave us 5 hours of music. 5 hours of music. Him in an occasional feature. It's just him and Hit Boy cooking up 6 albums. So if you weren't fucking with Nas previously, he gave you enough credit in the King's Disease and Magic series to be like, you know what? I'm gonna go buy this. Niggas bought Lil Wayne knowing it was gonna be trash. Wayne ain't had no fucking rollout for the Carter 6. He did that fucking dry ass lotion commercial and that weak ass Super Bowl shade he did. All that fucking complaining, but he didn't have no fucking rollout. Like, did Wayne have a single? If so, I missed it. And I do this shit as a second, not a living. I ain't gonna say that, but like, I do this. Not as much as people who stream every day, but I'm in this hip hop shit. I didn't come across a Wayne rollout. I ain't see Wayne doing no fucking interviews. I didn't see Wayne popping out in no publications giving them nothing. But he did 100 and some thousand first week for some garbage. And y'all can't give Nas after all this shit. And I'm not just saying y'all, I'm talking about hip hop fans in general. Y'all can't give Nas, who just opened the door for a bunch of artists to reinfuse themselves into the marketplace, on top of giving niggas 6 albums, on top of the double-digit albums that he gave y'all prior. And y'all sitting here telling me with a straight face or with a straight set of fingers, straight thumbs, that Nas should have did a rollout? Come on, bro. Come on, man. Like, nah, bro. Like that, nah. Like 80,000 should have been like, damn, if he would have did a rollout, he could have did 110, 120. But that nigga gave y'all a whole Legend Has It series. He been softly rolling his album out all year. He's been softly rolling this album out all fucking year. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. And if Nas is independent, there is a level, there is a world where that 20 is successful, because I don't think Nas is doing this shit to make money, because Nas is making money in other spots. But it's just like the fandom shit, the response of the fandom. Like, bro, what the fuck? Bro, it's Nas, bro. That's fucking not. That's Nasir Jones, bro. Nigga gave y'all 7 albums in 4 years, and y'all talking about a fucking rollout. That nigga putting out music like he Bodie James. Y'all talking about a rollout. Like, come on, bro. Like, Jid just outsold fucking Nas. Come on. Exactly. Ain't no shift if Nas can't break 50. Y'all, like, y'all are saying Kendrick ain't the only person participating in the shift. Kendrick ain't the only person that's supposed to benefit from the shift, y'all. And I ain't just saying it to y'all in the chat. I'm saying it to people who gonna watch this shit later, because I'm probably gonna clip this part up and put it out. Come on. Come on. Come on. The shift has to be all encompassing. I ain't saying everybody that does hip hop for, you know, that understands and participates in hip hop need to be doing 100,000, but it ain't no way the legend of legends should be doing 20. It's no fucking way. You feel what I'm saying? Like, this shit is crazy. It's crazy. Like I'm saying, I ain't saying that Nas need to do 400, but it's like, bro, Wayne did 100. Wayne did 100. Nigga, Offset. No, I don't think Offset did. No, I don't think Offset charted. I think he did so low that he didn't. Shit crazy. How much did Wale do? I'm unsure. But if Wale did more than Nas, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy as fuck. But the thing about that shit is crazy. But it all comes back on New York. New York keep talking about we the Mecca. Shit comes in, like, if it don't come through New York, it ain't got the stamp. If New York don't say it's cool, it ain't cool. Blah 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 blah. Why? Where's the disc? While they did 23. Then what's the disconnect with Nas? What's the disconnect? If y'all can make shit cool and make shit pop in New York, why isn't Nas the biggest shit in music this week? Like, why are we having conversations about niggas saying they don't rap or they don't fuck with rap for real and they want to go pop when Nas and Premier dropped Friday? I get what you saying. I'm assuming Bajou Cassell. I get what you're saying. We in a recession, but Wayne just did 100,000. Tyler the Creator did 200,000 with a impromptu album. Like, Gunna just did 90 earlier this year. Lil Baby did 100,000. Like, I pulled up a metric last stream. 9 artists, 9 hip hop artists did 100,000 this year. 9 artists did 100,000 units first week this year. So the recession thing, I get it, but proportionally, 20,000, if we triple that, it's 60, and that's still disrespectful to Nas. It's no way that, given their respective spaces in hip hop, that Wayne first week should be 5 times the first week of Nas. I'm sorry. Especially if New York is as big as New York is. That's what I'm saying. Shout out to Sam's on the sad but true, Skip. 8.4 million in the city alone. The tri-state area should have been over 100,000. Exactly. That's all I'm saying. The New York support. The New York support should have been paramount. But New York, y'all eat y'all own, bro. New York eat their own artists. They eat their own artists. And now, if y'all feel like, if it's some New Yorkers in here who feel like I was kicking y'all back in, I'm not even done yet. I ain't even really got started yet. Let's talk about why New York destroyed New York. Or let's talk about how New York destroyed New York. I don't know if y'all saw the full title of this live stream, but the last part of it was how Atlanta became New York. But in order to do that, I must talk about how New York became New York. And I'm going to speak about it loosely because I don't want to get into the history of it all, because some of that shit is unimportant. So when you be like, oh, you forgot this, that shit don't matter. We finna talk about macro, Hell no, I ain't finna apologize. Nigga, if no mind. There is no apology to give. Okay. New York. Inception point of hip hop. All things hip hop originate and initially proliferate throughout the country, world at large, from New York. We get the first iteration of what a hip hop artist is from New York. We get the MC, the DJ, the sampling, breakdance, and graffiti, all of these different things. We get the look, the style, all of this shit from New York. Boom, we progress. We start to get more technical hip hop artists. We go into the 80s. We get Kane, we get Rakim, we get later on we get LL Cool J. We go into the 90s. We get the Nas's, we get the Bigs, we get the groups, we get MOP, we get fucking Tribe, we get all of these people. By this era, hip hop is moving and shaking, dictating culture. You look at a lot of movies that were coming out during the late 80s and early 90s. Hip hop was centered in those movies, in particular Black art. And all of those artists were coming from, if not New York, tri-state area. So hip hop at this point in time is being majorly dictated through New York. We get the beef of the 90s. Pac, Big, both die. We get a continuation of what's going on. It evolves into the shiny suit era. Some of the zeal on the lyricism is lost. We go into the 2000s. Gangster music kind of evolves and then reaches a breaking point with 50 Cent. 50 Cent decides to dismantle all perceived competition, or at least attempts to. Also, while doing so, we have a backdrop of hip-hop traditionalism starting to be abandoned from the perceived need to go commercial. You know when New York failed hip-hop? The shiny suit era. When we allowed P. Diddy as a rapper, when we allowed P. Diddy to be more front and center and valued in the space than the Locks, that was when New York failed hip hop. When we were able to look at Junior Mafia and give them more viewership and respect than A Tribe Called Quest, that was when New York failed hip hop. When New York gatekept certain artists, whether it be from other regions or within the New York hip hop space itself, because they were too caught up in their hubris and all of the different components of the hip hop art form and the auxiliary functions, be it media, journalism, were not working in unison. That was another time when New York failed hip hop. Like y'all, like we have to understand, like New York got so caught up in their hubris that we got media personalities / journalists thinking they're bigger than the rappers. We got rappers who want to be big without carrying hip hop on their back in a way that progresses the genre positively. So when you start to see people selling out the genre instead of buying into the art form, you start to see people being cool with it dying. So you got Diddy buying in, and it's not just Diddy, but you got people like Diddy buying in. We got people like Diddy selling the genre instead of buying into the art form, that's when you get people fucking over groups like the Locks. When you see groups like Outkast, or when you see people like Jermaine Dupri who are doing things from other regions, having issues breaking through properly the way they should in major markets like New York, New York is failing hip hop. When you see progressive hip hop artists in the space not being properly appreciated, we're skipping a little forward. I should have prefaced this. Let's move forward to after. Damn, bro. Hip hop almost denied us Kanye. No, New York almost denied us Kanye West. Think about that for a second. New York almost denied us Kanye West. Regardless of who Kanye West turned into, New York almost denied us him. And what came from him musically and his conglomerate. New York almost did that. I want y'all to really think about that. New York almost denied us Kanye West. New York did not want to accept Outkast. New York to this day does not want to fully respect Southern hip hop. So let's move forward. Let's progress to walking into the blog era. Now we're starting to get progressive hip hop artists who don't necessarily conform to the traditionalist mindset of the old guard in hip hop. Now we introduce ASAP Mob. Why didn't New York get behind ASAP Mob and push them the way they were supposed to? Why isn't ASAP Rocky a superstar? Why isn't ASAP Rocky a superstar? Why didn't the people decide? Why didn't the people get a chance to decide if ASAP Rocky wasn't who New York pushed him to be? Why isn't Ferg on the level of a Gunna? Why? So then we go to the other side of the table. Damn. We got Pro Era. I almost forgot their name. We got Pro Era. Pro Era supposedly represents everything that New York hip hop is predicated on. He's a restore the feeling, classical hip hop traditionalist aesthetic pushing artist. He raps as if he was one of the lost members of the Wu-Tang Clan. He sounds like he could have been on What's the Scenario. He's given all of the indications that he is going to be the revival of what New York hip hop claims they stand on. Why didn't New York push Joey Badass? Why didn't New York get behind Capital Steez when he was alive? Why didn't ASAP Mob blow up? And we can't say it's off because they weren't good. Look at what Atlanta did for the Migos. Look at what Atlanta did for the Migos. I got a group that y'all probably ain't heard of, and they're not even from New York, but they were handled by a New York executive. I know y'all probably ain't heard of them. This a deep cut. Have y'all ever heard of Audio Push? And I ain't gonna stick on this long because I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all haven't heard of them. Yes, no. Has anybody ever heard of Audio Push? No. I can't even remember where they from. I think they're from California or some shit. I can't remember where they're from. But the point is, they were signed to Diddy. They were signed to Diddy. They were they could have been considered the precursors to Earth Gang. Why did New York support Audio Push? At least Diddy. They were a talented group, especially in the era that they were in, because this is blog era. This is the era of defying traditional logic and execution. Hold on, DJ, you going too fast. You gotta slow down. We're going through this. We're going through this era by era. We're going through this era by era. And I know the answers. I don't even really need, because the question is rhetorical. I just want y'all to think about how many opportunities New York had to substantiate their position that they attained in the 80s and 90s going into the 2000s. And even by way of 50 Cent extending close to the 2010s. It's almost as if every artist after 50 Cent got to their level of acclaim in spite of New York. ASAP Ferg, at least, well, not ASAP Ferg, but the ASAP Mob, at least their artistic connection didn't exist within New York. It was Texas. Nicki was connected with Gucci. So let's go back. Let me not get too far off track. So let me go back to the blog era. We got all of these artists who were emerging in the blog era. We had traditionalists, we had experimentalists who still had old school homages that they were paying, but the fact of New York not fucking with the artists that they were paying homage to in the era where they were who they were, sans UGK, Ghetto Boys, Outkast, Goody Mob. Why would they push the niggas who paying homage to them in a later era? So ASAP Rocky drops Long Live ASAP. It gets a lot of acclaim. I still don't really feel the energy of New York pushing them super heavy, but he's getting pushed through the blog era and proliferated through the blog era and on the internet and shit like that. So boom, Joey Badass drops Before the Money. Why is Joey Badass performing outside at Summer Jam? Why is Joey Badass, after the release of Before the Money, on the heels of 1999, why is he performing outside? As a hip-hop traditionalist, but New Jersey's own Fetty Wap, who only had 5 songs to his name, damn near headlined Summer Jam that year. Hip-hop is eating itself. New York hip-hop is eating itself because the New York hip-hop and the media members in New York hip-hop have been telling themselves and telling the fandom a lie or a story that they don't truly believe. New York hip-hop 4 decades has not been willing to stand on the merit of the hip hop itself to challenge the corporate structure to show how much they could dictate culture and make it commercially viable, because they, in their heart of hearts, do not believe in it. That's why it's so easy for New York to get behind Jay-Z instead of getting behind Nas. And the reason behind that is, bare minimum, they know there's going to be commercial success behind Jay-Z that may not be there behind Nas, which is really the snake eating its tail, because if you supported Nas more, there will be a higher chance that he will be commercially successful. Maybe not Jay-Z level, but he definitely wouldn't be 30 years in his career selling 20,000 first week, because y'all not willing to put y'all hip-hop traditionalists or hip-hop above all money where y'all fucking mouth is. Because if that's the case, Griselda would be larger. Rock Marciano would be larger. Rome Streets will be larger. Coast Contra will be huge. Y'all keep selling yourself this dream that y'all don't believe, but y'all sell the dream to us because y'all think we give a fuck. The whole time, y'all destroyed y'all entire infrastructure because y'all can't stop lying to yourself and lying to us. The whole time destroying both sides of the spectrum, because you can't support mainstream hip hop the way you need to make hip hop in New York survive, because that's in direct opposition of the bullshit narrative y'all selling the world. Look at how y'all treat Cardi. B-Dot put out a list and Cardi was number 9 on the album list. In what world is Joey Badass album-wise in 2025 above Cardi B? You dwarfed Joey coming up because you didn't feel like he would be a strong enough return on investment, only to support him once y'all already stopped him from becoming who he could have been. And now y'all trying to do the same thing to Cardi because y'all feel like Cardi isn't traditional hip hop. But y'all need a win so bad that if y'all got outside of this bullshit morals and principles conversation that y'all tell yourself while y'all steal from women, beat and murder women, do gang shit and fuck up y'all community, but y'all got so many morals and values, but yet and still a person that is a shining example of the type of shit that y'all proliferate under the umbrella of morals and valuables being Cardi B, y'all won't even give her the proper respect she deserves. It's no reason why. Let me see if I can pull the list up. No, it ain't important, because B-Dot and them lists be rage bait, but it also speaks to the true bias that they really have in New York. Because it's no way. It's no way that Cardi has done what she's done commercially and the quality of that album is good. You can say whatever you want to say about whether or not she had writers. The level of excuses and mental gymnastics that y'all do for Drake, her having a writer should be the last of a disqualifier. All of the New York niggas can't wait to get the WWE OVO knee pads. Can't wait to get them. Gotta provide some awesome jawsome to Drake whenever they get the opportunity to defend him. Whenever. But let Cardi have not even a ghostwriter. Let Cardi have somebody who writes for her. Y'all can't wait. Jump on her back about it. Oh, this sounds like a party record. This sounds like a party record. It sounds like, yeah, the party did good on this one. But when Drake come up, oh, it's about collaboration. Don't y'all know that if we could get as big as pop, if we had collaborative writers and people who understood how to make hit records in the studio? But when Nicki do it, I mean, not when Nicki, when Cardi do it, because she doesn't fit this bullshit dream that y'all done sold yourself, y'all can't push it. It's crazy as fuck, the dichotomy that y'all have been continuing to juggle, doing a poor job at it for 3 decades. And now it's led to 30 plus years after the most impactful hip hop album to ever drop in the genre, being Illmatic. The person who wrote it, top to bottom, at the age of 18, can't even do 50,000 first week. I don't understand it. If New York was honest, New York would still be viable. If the New York hip hop, I don't know the word, but if the New York hip hop entity was honest with itself, New York hip hop would still be viable. But y'all ate yourself because y'all couldn't accept that the lie y'all told yourself was gonna be the reason y'all became successful or maintain success. Now let's reverse. Let's talk about Atlanta and how Atlanta is currently in the process of doing the same thing. It's crazy how the West Coast is the only coast that supports the people from their coast that do the artistic shit. And it's the only coast who, light or darkness, continued to push artistry. Even if it ain't, all the eyes ain't on them, they keep doing their artistic shit. They keep doing it. So when the light comes back, they just over there, still operating the same that they've been doing. Jason Martin been Jason Martin. Problem been problem. DJ Quick is his predecessor. He's acknowledged that. He's following the tradition. Kendrick, Game, Cube, like it's a lineage. Nip, it's a lineage. Snoop, it's a lineage. Dre, producer-wise, it's a lineage. They don't deny the artistry from which they come from. They accept both sides. YG can stand on the same stage with Tyler the Creator and get the same amount of respect. For whatever reason, New York will not allow itself to do that. Then you get to a place, back to New York real quick, where y'all need one. Y'all need one. Y'all thirsty. Y'all starving for a star. In comes Pop Smoke. Y'all got a decision to make. Get a star and deny yourself the story that y'all been telling, because hopefully if Pop Smoke blows up enough, you can ignore it and gloss over it. Maybe we can stop lying for a minute. Maybe we can really get behind this Pop Smoke dude, because we feel like he'll be somebody we can champion and get behind, and we can use him as an ecosystem to build our reputation back up. And he's the antithesis to everything that y'all traditional line ass has been pushing. Then y'all lose him. God rest his soul. Then don't wish or hope that on nobody. When y'all could have been pushing other people the whole time. So he just became another cog in the ecosystem instead of the entire ecosystem. Because y'all keep lying to yourself. And then y'all get another opportunity to prove that niggas is lying. And misrepresenting y'all and how y'all handle y'all artists. Coast Contra. Y'all just can't. Y'all won't allow yourself to be honest. But the first step of it is y'all gonna have to acknowledge that y'all have burned down a lot of artists in the pursuit of maintaining superiority to a point where Y'all the lowest coast on the totem pole because y'all won't accept that y'all are a part of burning shit down. Ooh, I'm so glad you asked this. I'm so glad you asked this. This gonna blow your mind. This is going to blow your mind, Pepper. This is going to blow your mind because it blew mine too. I want you to see where she's from. I want you to see where she's from. This shit is beautiful. It writes itself. Lakeely 47. She's from New York, New York. She's from New York. I'm glad you asked that. I don't even know if you meant to. She's from New York. She's from fucking New York. I'm glad you asked that. That was a beautiful question. You know the biggest look that I can recall that she got? It's from a Southern rapper by the name of Rhapsody. On the Eve album. All this talent. All this talent. Just getting mismanaged over and over and over. For what? So y'all can say that we only fuck with traditional rappers? When the greatest traditional rapper of all time can't fucking sell 50,000 copies? Y'all can't even bot the nigga? Y'all can't bot Nas to make it look like he doing better than he is? When y'all making every fucking excuse in the world for Drake to be able to do what he doing? Like, this shit don't make sense. All of the tricks of the trade that y'all came up with, all of the shit that y'all let slide, ain't all of the major record labels, weren't they all birthed in fucking in New York? And y'all can't come up with nothing. No type of trick, no smoke and mirrors to make Nas look more presentable. When without Nas, a lot of y'all niggas will still be rapping like fucking Slick Rick. Come on, man. And I know Slick Rick from the UK, but the point remains, like, this nigga redefined hip hop. A lot of the chest poking out that y'all got as New Yorkers, it came from him. It came from him. I know. But the thing is, he was at war in essence. Not really. But like, him and Kane was like kind of not different sides, but they kind of represented different things. So we don't know what happens to Rakim's style if Nas doesn't take it, make it his own, and create such a massive work of art that people have to take that as the proverbial blueprint going forward. And even though it was the blueprint, niggas still couldn't match it. Niggas still trying to match what Nas was doing. And what Nas was doing by way of his fathering style, Rakim, created a completely different way of rapping. And now the preeminent style of rap in New York is a rudimentary version of that. It's not even that. It's not even that. It was one nigga that kind of got close to what Nas was doing, and that was AZ. And excuse me, and Raekwon in certain pockets. But for the most part, the only nigga who really got close to what Nas was doing was AZ. And you'll hear it sometimes when Foxy rap. Sometimes. However, the mass populace, his niggas chasing him, and they got comfortable in one particular style of rap, J. Cole can't rap like Nas either. J. Cole can't rap like Nas either. Even when he tried, don't sound good. But the way that Nas do it, that unorthodox start the pocket in the middle of the verse type shit, I mean in the middle of a bar type shit, break into another pocket at the beginning of the next bar. Like, bro, niggas not doing that. Niggas not doing that because it's too difficult. So now they found this rudimentary ass version of it and they propagate that. But ain't nobody doing it like Nas do it, because Nas and Rakim are kind of the creators of the introduction and infusion of the jazz style scat rap into hip hop. And that's how y'all repay them. And that's how y'all repay them. That shit's sickening. That shit's sickening. And for Pepper to ask, where's Lakeela 47 from? And I pull her up because I already knew the answer. And she from New York. And I was just telling you, well, on the episode of Road to 100 that's about to come up, and I think I mentioned it on stream, I wish Lakeela 47's project would have gotten some of the acclaim that the Doja album got. Not to take from Doja because they were released in different years, but it's the opportunity for people to be like, damn, this shit is really good too. We got another one of them special up and coming women rappers that deserves attention. And her name is Lakeela 47. In a world of Sweeties and JTs and fucking Ice Spices and in that world, we got a Lakeela 47 walking around sitting on a good ass album for promotional use only, if I'm not mistaken the name of the album, and she not getting no love. And she from New York. I thought New York was the I thought New York was the culture. I thought New York could dictate shit. I thought New York could dictate that shit. So why the fuck isn't she, like, bare minimum, like, being discussed? Bare minimum being discussed. It's disgusting. Shay Noir, another one. And guess who gave her a look? That same Southern artist I was talking about earlier. Rhapsody. You see what I'm saying? It's like the South fucking with the North more than the North is. The only time the North comes to support the North is to throw shade or throw dirt on another coast. That's the only time. That's the only time. Okay, okay. I think we're gonna stop that part right there, and then I'll get into the Atlanta portion, because I'll make the Atlanta portion short, because it's a lot of the same. Because you look at an artist like T.I., you look at a Jeezy, you look at Outkast, you look at a Gucci, even to a lesser extent, but Gucci get a little love because he kind of exists in that in between. Like, Gucci was really a street nigga. So you have now Atlanta media personalities and people who can be tastemakers and shit in Atlanta in particular, disrespecting the art in hip hop that made it so these lesser quality ass niggas can exist and shit on them in retrospect. You got Thug shitting on Andre 3000 when without Andre 3000, Young Thug would not exist. You got a nigga telling me that New York niggas rap too much, or music ain't supposed to have words, it ain't supposed to have a message, and then tell me T.I. their favorite rapper. So what does that say about T.I.? If you say that music ain't supposed to have a message, that music ain't really supposed to be having words in it, but T.I. is your favorite rapper, when T.I. is one of the more rapping ass niggas in Atlanta since the turn of the century. And even when T.I. was early in his career in trap music, and I'm serious, like T.I. was rapping. T.I. was fucking rapping. Like T.I. has been a rapper his entire career. If T.I. has done one thing in his career, he has been a rapper. Ludacris too. But the point I'm making about the T.I. is they idolize T.I. and say that he is a lot of their favorite rapper or one of the GOATs from Atlanta. They shit on Andre 3000. And they backhandedly compliment T.I. because T.I. street nigga, so they feel like they kind of gotta uphold that street nigga shit and push T.I. when the whole time T.I. was an elite lyricist and story. Well, he was an elite storyteller and he was a good lyricist. And he improved on his lyrical ability as he progressed in his career to a point where Atlanta started to eat him. By the time he got to Heavy as the Head, niggas had decided that they weren't fucking with T.I. because T.I. said too many words. Once T.I. got out of jail and was trying to present himself in a more positive manner and speaking fluently, commanding the English language, started to shit on him. When he put it in his music, they started to shit on him. So then you get a Future who ain't really saying no words. Push him to the top. He the GOAT. He this, he that. You get Thug. You get him, you get Baby. You had Rich Homie, who was really the one. If we really go back and talk about the musicality, well, not the musicality, but like the actual what was being said, Rich Homie from him forward, excluding Future, Rich Homie was one of the ones who was really talking that shit, or at very least trying to. He was the more self-aware. I won't say conscious because that's definitely not him, but he was the more self-aware of all of them. And they pushed him out of the way. And then from that came Lil Baby, came Gunna, came all of these other niggas who proliferated, the Migos and all of this shit. And as each one of them came in, less and less regard for the actual art form that paved the road for them to exist started to occur. And more prioritization of the street culture and image. And there's nothing wrong with street shit because the niggas who paved the road for them, they all street niggas. They may not have been hood niggas. I mean, they may not have been like gangsters, but they all street niggas. To some extent, they all from the hood. So I won't say they street niggas. They all from the hood. So all of the people who paved the road for these niggas to exist, they disrespect them. They disrespect the craft. They disrespect all of the things that made it able for them to even be in here to stand 10 toes down and disrespect the niggas who did that or disrespect the art form. So now, here we are in 2025, going into 2026. Niggas who are the product of some of the greatest rappers of all time in Atlanta don't want to rap, don't actively want to coexist in hip hop as it currently stands, and would be very proud or very happy, per Young Thug's words, if hip hop went pop. Because they don't want to hold up tradition. Because they don't want to put in the work to develop the craft to be able to stand in the shoes of the people before them. So instead of doing that, Instead of putting on the shoes and wearing the clothes of the people who tailored the space you exist in, they rather just burn the entire closet down and then blow the house up. They rather blow up the house that hip hop built than wear the clothes and put on the shoes that were tailored for them to wear. And that is how Atlanta is going to eat itself. Because now Atlanta is lying to itself the same way New York lied to itself. The lie is different, but the sentiment is the same. Atlanta feel like street niggas overall. If it ain't street, everything other than that is a subset. They feel like street niggas and that type of music that they put out should be the arbiter of hip hop culture. When it's never been. It wasn't just the fact that niggas was from the street that made them viable in hip hop in any coast. It was the fact that they had something to say and was presented in a unique way. That's what made all of the street niggas popular. That's what made all of them cut through. Because before Jeezy, other than the way that T.I. was patterning his shit, there was nobody like Jeezy. There was nobody like Gucci. There was nobody like Scarface. There was nobody like fucking T.I. There was nobody like these people. They were all unique. They were all stars in their own right, and they all gave a fuck about what they was doing. They all gave a fuck about what they was doing. All of them. And for y'all to stand on these niggas' shoulders and tell them you don't give a fuck about what they was doing. I said, Jeezy, you don't give a fuck about what they was doing and the inroads that they made so you could be able to do this shit. It's only right that that Atlanta hip hop died as a result of that. Now we on some Sodom and Gomorrah shit. So Jid, you can't look back. You got to keep going. Marco Plus, you can't look back. You got to keep going. Kenny Mason, you can't look back. You got to keep going. I don't even fuck with them for real, but Earth Gang, you can't look back. You got to keep going. Y'all niggas got to keep going. Exactly. Turn into a pillar of salt. You see what I'm saying? You can't look back because you're going to turn. And by salt, I mean jealousy. You can't turn around. You can't even look back. Because we see what they doing. They are willing to destroy hip hop so they can be in their own space. Don't turn around. Don't look back. Leave them niggas behind. You already doing some shit that they're not even willing to understand. You did a song with 21 Savage, and on his interview with Big Bank, when he was talking about the artist from the city that's doing something, he didn't even mention you. And he did a song on your last album. It ain't like it was 6-7 years ago. And it was a big record. And he wouldn't even mention you when they was talking about artists from the city that's doing something. So why the fuck would you look back for these niggas? They don't give a fuck about you. They think the shit that you doing is some weird square shit. They the type niggas that be like, you know what, bro? You just smart. You just smart, bro. Like, we can't do what you doing. You just smart. You one of them smart niggas. You were born like that. You feel me? You one of them lame ass squares niggas that's gonna be, you feel me? That's gonna be working at the bank or something. Working in goddamn tech firm or some shit, cuz. That lame ass shit. You gonna be one of them niggas. Gonna be trying to boss me around and shit. I ain't with none of that shit. Lame man nigga be reading in school and shit, trying to be smart. Look at your stupid ass nigga. Go play basketball or something. And then you see them niggas 15 years later and what they doing, working at the plant. Trying to see shit. You think you can put me on, big bro? Now you big bro. Now you big bro. But the thing about it, when he mentioned Jid, it was after somebody else said something. Somebody behind the camera brought Jid up first. He didn't say Jid out his mouth. Not first, not from the position of recognizing the people. He didn't say that until after somebody behind the camera brought Jid up. Had that not have happened, we don't know if he would have even mentioned Jid. So when these assembly line rapping ass niggas feel like they need a blessing because they need blessings, we done already seen Thug talking about niggas need blessings. So you drop this next album, or you find a way to start making hits to where you don't need assembly working ass niggas. Don't look back. Don't look back. Because you see how they treating you. Nigga didn't even want to, even for the health of Atlanta hip hop, he didn't want to mention you. And I haven't seen, shout out to Moni, I haven't seen this interview yet, but I shared this clip because this clip is probably the most powerful thing he said in the whole thing. Especially given the climate. Especially given the climate. Because how shit looking from the fans' perspective, and how everybody like, yeah, man, Kendrick dissing the fuck out of J. Cole, and fuck J. Cole, and fuck Dreamville, and Jid one of them, so Jid with the ops, this, that, and the third. Jid keeps standing on shit that Kendrick say because he know Kendrick in the right. And if shit is as contentious as it is, as we're perceiving it with our head canon behind the scenes, that's a courageous ass moment that Jid had. Not only because at this point, depending on how the internet takes this, they gonna try to slot you over there with them niggas. They gonna try to throw you in the Doechii boat, in the Kendrick Lamar boat, because you've aligned yourself by way of your convictions to what they doing, which is right, respectable and honorable, and it coincides with your music. One of my favorite bars from the Forever Story is, you know, I'm a rant when I talk to Ja. Hold on. Shout out to the Great Enigma. We Are the Cypher. Keish tagged y'all on his channel to hype y'all up, saying hip hop lives here. On whose channel? On whose channel? I'm confused. It's cool. I see it when it come back. I'm in the middle of a rant. But yeah, when he said, you know, I'm a rant when I talk to Ja, like, for people who know what he's talking about and caught that double entendre, and then you understand a lot of the religious symbolism in his music. And I talked about this on something. I don't know if it was on the last stream or on the road to 100, but there's a lot of righteousness in Jid. And when you listen to his music enough, you see it. So when he says, I'm rapping like I'm trying to get the slaves free, I know what he means. I know how it relates to what Kendrick said. And I know, standing on its own, if Kendrick didn't say that, I can get that from his music. So while everybody listening to Jid rap fast and all this other shit and getting caught up in the technicality, Jid is really introducing a lot of religious symbolism in his music, trying to edify people through his music. So when a nigga like 21 or a nigga like Lil Baby or them other niggas see some shit like that, number one, they intimidated because he's operating at a level that they can't reach. So instead of using their power to highlight and pull him up, they rather close the door on him so people can't see him, because they're thinking that the light that would have to go on Jid to give him his proper shine would take light from them. That's all. So with that being said, if I'm Jid, not looking back. It's a couple niggas that you've built relationships with that seem to be more on the gracious side. Fuck with them. But the niggas who's not taking this moment to highlight you, and not that they gotta kiss your ass or nothing like that, but the fact that you did a song with 21 Savage, and at bare minimum, it's a gold record. And when they was talking about the artists in Atlanta that's doing shit while you on tour, while you really doing shit, selling out venues and got nudie, so a nigga that they know, a nigga that they mentioned on the that he mentioned on the show, and he didn't highlight you. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. I ain't saying be mad, but don't look back. Moni said, who you think Atlanta should get behind? The rappers. It's a lot of them niggas coming up. I forgot to mention another one. Shout out to Mavi. Mavi, one of my favorite. My favorite three from Atlanta is Mavi, Kenny Mason, and Jid. So any combination of the three, or all three of them. Jid is the closest proximity to mainstream success. So I would push Jid, because he's the one in that space, and he projects young enough to still have at least 7 years of viability to build himself. Mavi is fire. Mavi is fire. I would push Mavi too, because they all in different stages. Mavi is fire. So if you haven't heard Mavi, go check him out. He is fire. He's, in my opinion, he's a more palatable Earl Sweatshirt, particularly with the album he put out last year. I can't remember the name of it. Let me pull it up real quick. Mavi put out an album last year, and I put it on I think it was number 12 on my top 25. It's called Shadow Box. It came out of 2024. More digestible Earl Sweatshirt, more sonically appeasing Earl Sweatshirt. What about Black? We got Leon Thomas. Like, and I know Leon, I don't know where Leon Thomas from, but shit, we don't need Black. Like, Black ain't really, you feel me? Like, we straight, we straight on Black. Like, Black ain't really, he ain't really hit for me since Free Black. So I ain't even really tripping on him. Respectfully. Reggie Young says, is Ludacris making a comeback? He been dropping freestyles. He dropped one that I heard, the 44 freestyle. It was good. And then he dropped it again, or somebody dropped it over, I think, a Kendrick beat or some shit. The freestyle itself was good. But yeah, I don't need no more Black. I'm straight. Yeah, I'm straight on him. He gotta show and prove. But yeah, Leon Thomas is a monster. I fuck with Leon Thomas. His new EP, Folks, is fire. The song 5 More Minutes. I personally like that song more than Mutt, but it's not gonna be as big as Mutt. It ain't caught on yet. I don't think it ain't gonna be as big as Mutt. I don't think they're gonna push anything from that EP that hard anyway. Cause especially since Hill came out and Mutt is still doing numbers, and they going into Grammy season, so they want Mutt to get all of the push. But the song 5 More Minutes is fire. It's fire. I love that song. I actually can't stop listening to it. I be hearing that shit in my head. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Like, I'll be washing dishes, like, and the shit just start playing in my head. It's just like, damn, bro. Shit so fire, cuz I love that song, bro. You can't get into Leon Thomas because you hate Mutt. You hate Mutt the album or Mutt the song. If you don't like the song, go listen to the album, because he did something. I was watching a video on Leon Thomas on the Mutt song, and they were talking about the production aspects of it and how they basically sped the song up a little bit and pitched the voice up. to that song, because I didn't like Mud at first, because I was like, why the fuck this song so fast? This song should be, I was like, the song should be a ballad. But then when he explained it, I still don't love it, but I understand it because it made it valuable for the club and the radio. Because at that speed, it would have been too slow. So he sped it up so it could do radio and do the club. And I also thought back to a time where Kendrick was in an interview and he was talking about "Don't Kill My Vibe." And I had never thought of this before. He was like, I think he was talking to Big Boy, and he said something about them doing the special sauce that they do when they put songs on the radio to make them go. And what he meant by that, and I think they discussed it, they speed songs on the radio up a tad. They speed them up a little bit. So when I heard about that, and then I heard Leon Thomas talking about it, I was like, oh shit, so this is really a thing. And then I go find out that they do this thing called detune speed or something like that. Something like that. I can't remember the exact name of it. But they've been doing that shit since like Motown, where they like slightly speed up records. It's like a special sauce that they put on songs to get them ready for radio. So yeah, man, that Leon Thomas album is fire. All of the songs don't have that aesthetic that Mutt do. Go check out the Mutt album. It is fire. And the Folks EP, fire. Man, hold on. Let me play my song, man. Y'all niggas got me fucked up. I ain't even supposed to be doing this. We supposed to be talking about hip hop. But I gotta put no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. We've been having a copyright free. I might play it on the way out. But Atlanta's eating itself because the illegitimate principles that they have are going to destroy the art, just like New York did. So I want y'all to look at it and pay close attention from that specific perspective when you look at New York and when you look at Atlanta, and how these viewpoints are destroying the artistic growth for the sake of what's going on, or what was going on in the current. They sacrificed all growth to uphold some shit that they didn't truly believe in the first place. They wanted to stay where they were comfortable. And when uncomfortability came, they burned the house down. And now New York keep telling us we got the biggest house in hip hop. We got the biggest house in hip hop. Look at the square footage. But when we look at New York hip hop, we see a house that the West Wing has exploded. The East Wing is rubble. The top of the North Wing is still burning. It's still burning. The only thing holding up about the New York house, the house that hip hop built in New York, is the front door in that breezeway. Once you get in that big ass front door and you walk in the house, you're like, damn, this shit really burnt to the ground. Like, what the fuck was going on? It's still huge. Look at the square footage though. And that's what they keep selling. And that is what Atlanta is currently doing. They haven't blown it up yet, but it's burning down. It's burning the fuck down. And unless they get out of their own way, it's going to burn to the ground. It's going to burn to the ground, and they're going to have a renaissance, and it's probably for the best. I just hope Atlanta don't get in their way and permanently stifle themselves like New York did. Because the thing is, New York could have been back by now. Not Atlanta. I keep getting them confused. But New York not only could have been back by now, but should be back by now. Look at the energy they put into Troy Ave instead of putting it into Joy Badass. Exactly. You walk in and ask, what's the smell? And that's Funk Flex's breath. That's Funk Flex breath. That's Funk Flex breath that's booming like that. He been eating nostalgia for 2 decades, and his breath stink. Him and Ebro been gargling nostalgia. They breath stink. That's why people don't want to be in front of them. You know, nostalgia tastes good, but it leave a bad it leave a bad taste in your mouth. You feel what I'm saying? It goes down easy, but it doesn't stay down. It doesn't digest properly. You always feel weird about it whenever you get it. It never hits the way it used to. It never hits the way you used to. So when you get a Joy Badass, instead of helping him modernize the sound, and pushing him through a neo boom bap the proper way, they idolize him for a second, and once he tries to get progressive, they completely leave him alone. And that's tough. That's tough. That's tough. And now all the rappers, the actual technicians in New York, where are they? Where are they? They trapped in battle rap. They trapped in battle rap. They are trapped in battle rap. Look at Loaded Looks. One of the greatest rappers of his era. One of the greatest rappers of his era. I ain't saying he would have been big, but there's no reason, bare minimum, he's not rapping on the level as far as visibility of a Rock Marciano or a Ransom. Why the fuck are all the best rappers in New York trapped in battle rap? Because New York will not let them escape. New York will not let them escape. It's the purest form of hip hop in the world, son. Yeah, son. Battle rap, son. Then when they try to progress, no. Stay in the pure side. Y'all won't even let new stars come because y'all trapping niggas. Crazy. Shout out to the Great Enigma. They're bi-coastal, Skip. Or yeah, I'm assuming that's what you're saying, bi-coastal. Hiding from being associated with New York, or they're moving to warmer, southern cities and are complaining how slow the South is. Man, I just wish I was back in New York, son. Everything was better in New York. Well, nigga, now you in Alabama. What's happening? It's beautiful down here when it ain't racist. It's beautiful. Go drive down the countryside. Should make you feel like a whole new person. But your ass down here complaining, talking about how nice New York is, like you didn't leave. You left, nigga. You fucking left in pursuit of greener pastures and brought your ass to the country. And now your punk ass complaining. You here now, nigga. Get comfortable. Get comfortable. The fuck? It's niggas' problems. Quit complaining about a situation you put yourself in, nigga. Just like Ebro. You hated your way out of the worst media city in the country. You know how low the media bar is in New York, and Ebro got fired? You know how bad you got to be doing for the biggest market musically in the entire country, the most legacy radio media personalities in the country, probably outside of Big Boy. You get fired? It ain't like you was doing shit. You ain't breaking nobody. You were never as dynamic as the Breakfast Club. Y'all had better interviews, I say that. Especially like as the beginning of the streaming era started. Like we'll watch for me, like I would watch like when an artist went to the Breakfast Club, and then right after that, I would watch the interview of them going to Hot 97 with Ebro and them, and they would always have the better interview because they actually cared about the music. But it was just so odd that you cared about it when it already guaranteed revenue, but when it was time to take chances, you didn't care as much. So that's why you was talking to Astro like that, dogging him the fuck out. That was an artist from New York that y'all could have got behind, and he could have been something. He could have been what Kai Cash and them niggas doing. Everybody's not going to be a superstar. Y'all should have known that from how y'all was pushing Troy Ave. You put all that energy into Troy Ave when you could have put a third of that into a nigga like Stro, into Lakeely 47, into Kai Cash and Nico Brim, into I don't know what the fuck y'all doing with Lola Moreau. Like y'all, bro, just crazy misappropriation of resources. And you still managed to get fired. I don't understand it. But that just shows how terrible y'all niggas is up there. Garbage. Garbage, absolutely garbage. Charlamagne be making inappropriate sex jokes to the female cast. I mean, not the female guests, sniffing seats and talking about anal sex and all type of shit. Just weirdo behavior. He still got a job. How bad were you doing, Ebro, to lose your job when Charlamagne was doing that? DJ Envy almost got caught up in a fucking real estate RICO scam. Kept his job. What were you up there doing, buddy? But I digress. Thank y'all for for coming to my TED Talk. Oh yeah. Ebro got fired and Charlamagne just came up on $200 million. $200 million. Crazy. Let me see. Let me check the Shout out to Scream Yourself. What's good? I'm Skip.
You know, DJ.
And this is the 5.
Boom. This is not a repeat. This is me doing it 2 separate times. Shout out to Scream Yourself for just gifting 40 more We Are Decipher memberships. Go check out Road to 100, y'all. Please. And also, nope, not gonna make that announcement. I'll make the announcement after we shoot it. But yeah, episode 8, 9, and 10 coming in the next 5 days. 11, 12, and 13 will be recorded on Tuesday. Then those will come out. And then we'll get back to doing the regularly scheduled programming until we finish those. I'm going to not say that. I be wanting to tell y'all shit, but I'm just going to stop telling y'all shit till I can formally present it to y'all. So that's something I'm working on. It's very difficult to do. My mama says not letting the left hand know what the right hand doing. So I got to do better with that. Shout out to Janelle 1810 with the $20 big super chat. It's a sermon today. Need the organ music. I would have really started wilding and probably woke my daughter up with an organ. I don't need no more carrying on. I don't need nothing to support me. That would have been crazy. Shout out to Dre with the super chat. J. Cole let New York down. They didn't really ever support him either. Jay-Z didn't know what to do with him. Him and Jay-Z low-key fell out behind the scenes, allegedly. And 2014 Forest Hills Drive was his Rebellion album. If you have a membership, go check out our revisit to Forest Hills Drive. We discussed that at the end. I was saying that that's one thing I do respect about Forest Hills Drive, even though I don't necessarily think it's a classic. I don't think it's a classic at all, but I do respect where he was in his career, him not being happy with it, and him going full throttle into making the type of music he felt like he wanted to make, and that he had culminated the skill set to do. And with that, in essence, kind of set him free from the major label system that Jay-Z was trying to breed him in. So yeah, New York ain't know what to do with another South nigga. So they tried to make him conform. Almost ruined his career. But J. Cole persevered. Let me see. Shout out to Aretha with the $5 super chat towards the sermon. Hip Hop Lives Here. Thank you so much, Aretha. Shout out to Cam doubling back. Who does K Dot and J. Cole remind you of in terms of rapping pockets they can get into? Kendrick is a mixture of style-wise 3K and Nas. J. Cole is more it depends on what era J. Cole we're talking about, but like early J. Cole is like, because I never got the Nas comparison ever. I don't know, because like J. Cole at his best is kind of conversational. I don't know, bro. I don't know who J. Cole reminds me of style-wise. I really don't. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. Because I guess it kind of depends on what era of him are you talking about. But I don't know. But like now he's like kind of more attaching himself to like that rudimentary level of New York rap that I was discussing earlier. Like he's fitting himself into that like Mickey Fax, Ransom, like he's rapping in those pockets now. So now the New York technician previously, I don't know. That's a good ass question. I hadn't been really listening to him a lot, so I don't know. That's a good fucking question, Cam. If somebody got an answer, let me know. We need to get to the bottom of that. Your thoughts on J. Cole real quick. He cool. He cool. J. Cole is Common plus Kane. I can see that. Kane did say Cole is his favorite rapper of the new school. Kane. That's a good ass question. He cool as Skip trying to not go another rant. Yeah, but he's cool, man. J. Cole is a good rapper. J. Cole just ain't got no seasoning, man, and he's not brave creatively. Either he's not brave creatively or he's not creative. It's one or the other. It's one or the other. I feel like Jid, his last two albums have been more creative than, maybe not better, but they've been more creative than anything J. Cole has done his entire career. They've been more productionally ambitious, more sonically rich in spaces than anything J. Cole has done. J. Cole is flat to me. He tries to be like 3K sometimes. I can see that, but he don't have that bounce. He's more rigid. And I think that's why he's found a home in that rigid ass segmented New York style of the niggas who like try to do what Nas was doing, but they ain't got that style. Like it's a level of, it's a difference between doing a jazz song and doing improv jazz. Them niggas they be doing jazz like songs that were already written. Like Nas can get up there, like Nas at his best is improv, like scat, like just up there swaying, just like he's controlling the drum. I don't think he hold it back. I don't think he got nothing. I think we've gotten all of what we are going to get from J. Cole. I think J. Cole is now on the Eminem path where he's just going to get more technical. And the more technical you get, if you're denying yourself the rhythm, you're just going to get, you ain't going, yeah, Bakugan said he's swagless. Yeah. And I had this realization the other day. I was like, I get it why Eminem is so technical and sharp. He doesn't have rhythm. Eminem doesn't have rhythm. So when you see a white man dancing, or a white man dance, or a white man with no rhythm dancing, like they're dancing when they're doing like military steps. Like that's the closest you're gonna get to white men dancing in unison, in mass, is military movements. Because that precision and it's really not even 1, 2, it's not rhythm. It's like cadence-based precision. It's just like there's no improv in there. It ain't no moving. It's just like sharp, consistent movements. Eminem don't have rhythm. Eminem don't have rhythm. The like like he can catch a beat, but he doesn't have rhythm. Like rhythm is when you defy what's going on. Rhythm is when you can defy what's going on and still stay in pocket. Eminem don't have that. Like you ever seen somebody like do the Dougie to a song that's too fast to Dougie, and then it still look like they doing it on beat? It's because they got rhythm. They're augmenting a piece of the Dougie to catch the snare because the beat is too fast to catch the bass. No, they're doing something. They're augmenting the dance to catch the bass because the snare is too fast. Yeah, J. Cole claps on the 3 instead of the 2 because he's chasing. He keep missing the bass. So he's chasing this. He can't catch the bass, so he's chasing the snare because the bass is doom, doom, doom. And he can't catch the bass, which is the 1 and the 3. But he's chasing the snare, which is a 2 and the 4, but he keep fucking up. So he's lost he's in between the 1 and the 2 and the 3 and the 4. He's in a weird spot. But what he can do is build a cadence to work within it that's so regimented that if he has to stay on it, or he gonna fuck it up. What do you think of the song No Role Models? It's a good song. He mastered call and response. The one thing I will say about I'll leave it up. The one thing I will say about Forest Hills Drive is he mastered call and response on that record. And that's why a lot of people fuck with it so much, because I think it's the first album of J. Cole's that made the crowd feel involved. It made the people have something to say back. First things first, rest in peace, Uncle Phil. For real. Like, people feel like they are a part of what he's doing when they say that. But a nigga like me, I get mad the next line. He say, "You the only father that I ever knew. I get my bitch pregnant. I'm gonna be a better you." Work, like, why? Why did, like, and I'm not and niggas say bitch in they raps all the time. So I'm understanding, like, I'm not doing the holier than thou thing. It was like, oh no, you shouldn't say bitch. You shouldn't, but we understand what's going on. You know, we understand the nature of hip hop, you know. So much so that women have reclaimed the word, and you know, that's beautiful. Just like we reclaimed the N word, women have reclaimed the B word and made it their own enduring term. But it's like, bro, that's your wife, bro. That's your wife. I wish I would call my wife my bitch, bro. Like, come on, dog. If I get my bitch pregnant, I'm gonna be a better you. Like, come on, bro. You need to be cool that bad. You need to be cool that bad. You need to be cool that bad. And then on another song, on the song Apparently should have been an interlude. Apparently should have been an interlude. Yeah, that's who he is. That's who he is. That's who he chases, especially now later in his career. Like a augmented in between of Eminem and Method Man. Eminem and Method Man. Yeah, that's where he at. Method Man and Eminem, he's stuck in that. He always curses at the most awkward moments, it seems. All that nigga shit and all right was unnecessary. Yeah, it was. It definitely was. I said he's an amalgam. He's trying to chase both of them, but he hasn't achieved the cold, calculated precision of an Eminem, but like the dancing in the rhyme pockets of a Method Man. He's trying to do both, but he's failing. But if you go listen to J. Cole, especially later J. Cole, like this current era, like go listen to like what's the name of that song? Trade of Truth in Ibiza, and you'll kind of see what I'm talking about with the Method Man. And then go listen to Play the Collard Greens, and you'll see what I'm talking about with Eminem. But yeah, of course he's not him. I don't see any one-to-one derivative of anybody one-to-one that J. Cole is derivative of. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But yeah, back to Apparently. The first half of Apparently is one of the most beautiful songs in J. Cole's catalog. And then, because it's talking about him feeling bad for not being as much a part of some of his mom's lowest moments in his later teens and early 20s. And he feels bad for that. And how that goes into him wanting to love his mom more, so it'll help him love his girl more. I guess just repairing his mother wound, so that allows him to, by extension, be able to receive and give love to his lady at the time. And then the second verse comes. Another day, another rhyme, ho. Another day, another time zone or something like that. Woke up this morning feeling horny, so it's only right I got two bitches playing on my trombone. Never sure where these words will take me. Some eat me up, they regurgitate me. Some I never serve it lazy, give a virgin the urge to rape me. Nigga, please. Some Rolex couldn't wait to get one of these. Some this ain't a Rolex, this a AP, nigga. I'm hot dog. Catch up to me, nigga. It's just like, bro, like corny as fuck. Like, you follow one of the most impactful and important, introspective and emotionally connecting verses and hooks of your entire career up with the lamest verse that you have on this entire album. Why? It was not even needed. That nigga said, Cole is your phone on 0% going off. Taking off like Boeing on a big ass Boeing, like Boeing jet getting head like a coin toss. After, in the first verse, talking about loving his female counterpart better, and in turn, through the process, rebuilding the relationship with his mom and loving her properly and wishing she could stay alive forever so they can spend more time together. Like, that's not the proper type of duality. Like, that's not it. That's not what we mean when we say we want you to be able to have the dual sides of the human experience simultaneously. That's not it. That's not it. Like, that second verse speaks to you feeling like you needed to be cool when you could have did the grown up mature thing and just been like, that first verse, you could have did hook, verse, hook, got out of there and left that song like it was. It's like, bro, this shit crazy. Now y'all starting to see why I don't fuck with him for real. Because of shit like that. It's like, why the fuck did you do that? And then we saw the Get Off My Dick video. Like, what the fuck did that mean? Like, but yeah, man, J. Cole can rap. He cool. Because when he was doing himself, he was just rapping about nothing. But we saw potential because the bar for artistic expression isn't demanded as much on mixtapes. I haven't heard nobody. I don't even, in my universe, Sideline Story don't exist. Do I think Jid surpassed him? No. For as many issues as I have with J. Cole is still a better songwriter than Jid. And I think pound for pound, he's still a better rapper than Jid. But not by much. I think J. Cole is a significantly better songwriter than Jid. But like pure rapping, I think Jid is closing in. I think J. Cole as a rapper, maybe an A-level rapper. He may be an A-level rapper. I think Jid is like A-. But like Jid get in them pockets sometimes when he just start rambling for the sake of rambling. What Jid need to surpass him? A classic, like he need like a grown-up classic album for starters. He need one of them. He need like a he need a Damn. Because I feel like that's more close to what he would do stylistically. I don't think he would go in T-Pab direction. He's already told his origin story, so we're not getting, he need one of them. He need one of those of the time modern day classic albums to start having the conversation. And J. Cole got a lot of hit records too. So we got to remember, like, J. Cole helped define an era. Like, I think when we get, I think the best way to like properly put greats in the context is comparing them to good niggas. That's the best way to do it. It's like when you be like, man, Jordan wasn't good as y'all think he is. Okay, let's start talking about some of the shit Jordan did, and let's talk about how many people did it. Then it's like, oh man, but no. Let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Like, For Your Eyes Only is, for as bland as it is, it's another good artistic direction that he tried to take. It didn't come home. But like J. Cole got to that point where he was able to take artistic risk. It didn't ever work out for him because the risk was already like he didn't sell out for it enough. Like, he tried to do things that were 30-man operations by himself, and that fucked him up. But yeah, Jid need one of them ones. Like, it ain't even really nothing Jid just can do to catch Cole, because by the time Cole was Jid age, Cole had done significantly more than Jid. So it's to the point where I think we got to accept that it ain't even fair to expect Jid to catch Cole because of where Jid is at 35. It ain't even fair. It ain't even fair. Because Cole does have Born Center, Friday Night Lights, The Warm Up, Forest Hills Drive, which is by the masses an indisputable classic. For Your Eyes Only, some people say that's if not one, it's close. KOD, that is his second worst album to me. And then he takes a break from making albums. He puts out the Off Season, which is in some respects a return to form, but just like he mailed it in artistically and creatively, but he was rapping on that hoe. And then what's the name of that shit? Might Delete Later was a pish posh of bullshit because he really thought that I excuse me, I expressed this theory a couple streams ago, but I think he thought that he was gonna use Might Delete Later as promo material for the Fall Off. I think some of those songs were songs that didn't make it. He was gonna see how the shit went. Kendrick stepped on the whole shit, fucked his whole plan up, and now we haven't had the Fall Off. Yeah, Window Pane on KOD is fire. It's a few good songs on the album, but overall the album is trash. That album is trash. Can Jid catch Q? Hell no. Sorry, Dre. No disrespect. You know you good people, but hell no. Schoolboy Q sitting on 2 classics minimum, possibly 3. Possibly 3. Hell no. I do think, however, Q should be like, Q is like the perfect ending to the Jid story. Because Schoolboy Q got a platinum album. He got a platinum album. Blank Face is a classic, and Blue Lips is a classic to me as well. Yeah, and yeah, I think Q is like the end game for a Jid. Like Schoolboy Q, like think about it like this. As much as we fuck with Kendrick, Schoolboy Q probably got 2 of the top 5 albums from TDE. most definitely one of the top 5. And I'm talking about TDE in its totality. He has one, but he might have 2 of the top 5 albums from TDE, period. Like Schoolboy Q is an amazing artist. Jid's not there. Jid's not there. Like I don't be amazed. Like I'd be amazed at like some of his rap antics, but like artistically, like I'd be legit amazed at Schoolboy Q musically. That nigga is cold-blooded. Like, cause GNX is not TDE. So we got top 5, T-Pab, Good Kid, Blue Lips, Control, and Blank Face. Is GNX a classic? Yeah, but in reference to this specific scenario, GNX isn't a part of the TDE umbrella, so I wouldn't count it. But yeah, so my top 5 from TDE: To Pimp a Butterfly, number 1, Good Kid, number 2, Blue Lips, number 3, Control, number 4, and Blank Face, number 5. Honorable mention is probably Ab-Soul Control System. Should Jid should chill on the sports bars and dig deeper. Basically, I really like his football schemes. It's just hard to say, man. Like when to put together a great album, you have to have a compelling story. Like especially if you're a conceptual artist, you have to have a compelling story. It has to be sonically built to an elite level. You got to understand when and where to do shit. And I think the thing now with Jid is he got to learn how to slow down sometimes. Like sometimes it's not about rapping the best on the song. And that's the thing that Kendrick has learned to understand the further he went in his career. Like GNX is some of his most simplistic rapping, but it's some of the more profound writing. Like look at Reincarnated. That's one of the more profound songs in Kendrick catalog. Look at the song Prayer that didn't come out. He ain't rapping fast on that song, but that's one of the most profound songs in his catalog. Well, and it's unreleased, so I don't know if we can count it or not. Look at fucking Gloria. Look at Whacked Out Murals. He's getting the job done without all of the Olympic triple somersault through a ring of fire type rapping. That shit not always necessary. You know? So that's one lesson that he needs to learn. Like sometimes you got to learn I think Jid is on a mission to perfect the pocket when he should be on a mission to find the perfect pocket. I hope I ain't lose nobody. It's a lot of niggas looking to perfect the pocket. On Gen X, Kendrick learned how to find the perfect pocket. Reincarnated, Singing About Me, Dying of Thirst, Fear, Prayer, perfect pockets. Not trying to perfect the pocket. The song Feel was him trying to perfect the pocket. I feel like you're in the thunder, a thunder, I can bet it on who the greatest and stop it. I am legend. I feel like all of y'all is that like, and that song called for it, but then he go to a song like Like niggas don't talk about Feel the way they talk about Reincarnated. And I feel like Feel is probably the better song of the two, like technically. But that's because I really respect Pocket presence and how he was dancing on that song and what he was talking about. But like Kendrick found the perfect pocket on Reincarnated, so it resonated with more people. He was able to get across the same level of amazement through delivering it in a way that hit you in tandem with the way that the production was built. Feel is a phenomenal song. Feel is a phenomenal song. I'm telling y'all, like everything that all of these other niggas is getting props for, like Kendrick already did it. He already did it better. He already did it. Like this nigga beat the game already. He beat the game with Mr. Morale. Niggas don't want to admit it, but we see it now with how niggas is making their music. He beat the game with Mr. Morale. That nigga beat the game and then told the fans at the end of the album, I choose me. I couldn't save y'all niggas. I had to go build my world back up. And then after that, came back and showed y'all what a nigga who beat the game of life can do in the game of rap. Like we got Drake in his late 30s talking about I really live the rapper lifestyle, staying up late, sleeping all day, waking up at night and going in the studio. It's like you still trying to beat the game of rap. You still trying to prove the niggas you live a lifestyle that you feel like predicates or like that substantiates your stance in hip hop when it's really the product that you put out. Mona said, then when it performed in front of 50,000 a night, meanwhile, Thug talking about I can get you lit in the club. Crazy. 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 While also acknowledging that you are able to bless me. Mirror is my favorite off of Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. I can see that. I can see that. But I ain't gonna lie. I fuck with Worldwide Stepper song serious. Like that was one of the ones where he was finding, like he was looking for the perfect pocket. Like he was defying like the laws of physics on that song. Like I don't know if it's no drum on that beat. Is it a drum on Worldwide Steppers? Hold on. Cause that's one of them like elements that they say you have to like that you have to achieve to like become a master. Hold on, y'all, real quick. Cause I don't know if it's a beat on the Worldwide Steppers. Eckhart Tolle.
She's a killer bitch. We some killers walking zombies trying to scratch that itch. Germophobic, hetero. I am not for the faint of heart. My genetic build can build multi-universes. The men of God playing baby shark with my daughter. Watching for sharks outside at the same time. Life as a protective father. I kill heavy. Sciatica nerve pinch. I don't know how to feel. Like the first time I fucked a white bitch. The first time I fucked a white bitch, I was 16.
This nigga rapping to a warp. This nigga is rapping to some type of warped production that is going back and forth like a metronome. I think he's being hypnotized on this song. I think this warping is I think he's being hypnotized.
Centennial was like when Miss Baker screamed at Doughboy, mixed that with Purple Rain. They interchanged the scenes, happy just to be out the hood with all the wealthy kids.
I think that song is I think it is a metaphorical representation of him being hypnotized and going through a past life regression. Not a past life regression, but going through his life in the reverse, or like having an out-of-body experience, reviewing his life, trying to ascertain the root of why he's doing what he's doing. But he's in denial. He's tumbling down a rabbit hole. Just listen to it.
Plans. He drove her daddy's Benz. I found out that he was a sheriff. That was a win-win because he had locked up Uncle Perry. She paid her daddy sins. Next time I fucked a white bitch was out in Copenhagen.
Man, ain't no bass on that song, bro. And then let's go to the other part.
$8 billion people on earth, solid murderers, non-profits, preachers in church, crooks and burglars, Hollywood, corporate and school, teaching philosophies. You either go be dead or in jail, killer psychology.
That beat got like 8 bars of drums in it. And that's if we considering that little sample that they threw in there, a drum. Because that could be a bass. That could be a bass guitar. That nigga rapping, that nigga is walking like that in that pocket, in like with no drums. Like I want people, like I feel like I want to like, and I probably just do this for my own satisfaction. Like just go back through Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers again. Just like listening to it from a technical aspect. Cause the first, bro, he started the album with United in Grief. Just rapping wise. I just want y'all to rock with me rapping wise. He starts the album off with United in Grief. Rapping. Second song, N95. Rapping. Third song, Worldwide Steppers. I only want to talk about I only want y'all to think about how he's rapping. I only want y'all to think about how he's rapping. Worldwide Steppers. Just how he's rapping. Father Time. Just how he's rapping. Like that's all I want to focus on. Let me pull up the album. What's next? I think the next song is the Kodak Black song. No. Die Hard is 4. Father Time is 5. The first 5 songs, just what he's rapping and how he's rapping. What other artists rapping currently is starting their album off rapping like that at this level? With all of these different styles, over all of this different type of production, all of these different tempos. And then he completely flipped the script on side 2. Count Me Out. Crown. Crown is basically him rapping over a piano. Silent Hill is more like mainstreamish. Savior is Baby King. Savior interlude, excuse me. Then Savior is more like traditional Kendrick. Auntie Diaries. We probably ain't seen that Kendrick since Good Kid, Mad City. Mr. Morale, more that's like T-Pab for me. Mother I Sober, a different level of Kendrick. And then Mirror, a different level. Craft-wise, I think niggas hated on that. The only reason niggas felt comfortable hating on that album is because they thought I think they thought he was gonna come back, and they were fearful that he was gonna come back and do like 700,000 first week. So when it did almost 300, they was like, whew, I thought it was over for us. Now we feel like we can kind of like step on them. But then J. Cole dropped Might Delete Later, and it does almost a third of that. It does almost a third of that. And he heavily promoted that and had a diss track on it. And it did 100,000 first week. if he would have did another Damn like back to back like that, like imagine if like in another universe, if he would have done GNX after Damn, it's probably a big, it's definitely a big album, because or just did an album with that same quality, because of course the songs will be different or they will resonate different, because there's a reason why some of the songs on GNX hit the way that they do at the time it was released. So let's say he drops an album, the same quality of GNX, same tone, same energy, all of that. It does 600. There's a level of, okay, we have to, like, is Kendrick, is he the undisputed best of the era now? Because he's outselling Drake. What do we do? Because the one safe haven we had was hiding under the cell. So if he would have did 600 with Damn first week, Pulitzer Prize, come back, do 600 again with an album like this that's unexpected but expected, it's like, come on, bro. Like, so I think they took a sigh of relief with Mr. Morale, because I think they also thought that this was his washed up nigga album. Like when an artist had a long career and they finally want to make that album that kind of like feels like it's discussing their mortality, like that last good album they make before they fall off. I think they thought this what they thought that's what Mr. Morale was. Like his last, like that one big last creative album before he kind of like just go away. And I think that's why they celebrated it so much. Because they was like, oh, he's out of here. He's out of here. Look at him. This nigga talking about he choose himself. He finna leave y'all. They really thought he was gone. I think Family Ties confused people, and they thought that that's what it was going to be. He was popping it on Mr. Morale. Yeah. Let me see. Nah, shout out to Doom. He said, nah, better he did. Mr. Morale had to take Drake's ammo away from him. I just think he needed to get right with himself. I think that's the most important thing. Like to get to a place where you can smile like Kendrick is smiling now, and you can tell it's not like that performative smile. Like, bro, smiling like he's 5 again. He's smiling like my 3-year-old daughter smile when we tell her to say cheese. Like, he's smiling like he's really at peace with himself. He's smiling like he's genuinely happy. You feel what I'm saying? So I just feel like bro found a good place, but to get to that good place, he had to like really sit with himself and like understand why he is where he is, how he got here, and how to get away from it to a place where he feels like he deserves to be. Like, think about it like that. Like, Kendrick did a lot of like self-deprecation like in his music. So for the people who really listen to Kendrick, bro, like to get to a point where he dropped Keisha's song on Section 80, and then he's judging himself through speaking through the other person's perspective on Good Kid, and then following that up on To Pimp a Butterfly on You, and then speaking on Damn, where he feel like don't nobody give a fuck about him, and how pride and all of these other negative emotions exist within him. Like, he's doing a lot of self-deprecation. So for him to finally get to Mr. Morale and just tear himself all the way down and start to rebuild and get to Man at the Garden, where bro can really say, bro, I deserve what? Bro, you know how far you have to progress in your journey of love and appreciation of self to go from being self-destructive and self-deprecating to get to a point where you're like, I deserve and I am worthy of good. Like if y'all go back and watch the reaction to GNX, like I did a little monologue after Man at the Garden, because at that point in time with Mr. Morale, like I was in a point in my life where I was going through a reassessment, breakdown, rebuild, reinvention era in my life too. So that album spoke to me in a way that a lot of his albums haven't, because it felt like super personal. So when he talking about, because my wife was reading The Power of Now from Eckhart Tolle. So at that point in time, like to hear Kendrick like have Eckhart Tolle on the album, it's like, no, bro, this nigga is this nigga living here? Is this nigga living here? Like he's speaking directly to my life. Like me and my wife having conversations like in late 2021, 2022 about past life regression and all of these other things, and understanding the power of being present in the moment, and breaking generational curses and forgiving yourself and not allowing past trauma to affect the current and the present, and how that leads into the effects that it can have on your children, and raising your kids through trauma and creating barriers that they got to break down as they grow up that aren't of their own fault. And then hearing this nigga put this shit in music form, it's like, nah, bro, like, and to get from there to say, I deserve, to get to wonder if you're worthy of things, to say I deserve. Like, I don't know if y'all, like, I can't look at y'all, so I don't know if y'all really feeling what the fuck I'm saying. But like, to wonder if, despite how great you are, if you deserve things, to get to a point where you say, I deserve. To speak in that level of power in lobbying for yourself, and to build that affirmation to share to the world, because now you're aware of how the world sees you. That's some of the most powerful shit you can do. Because once you get there, you love yourself enough to exist in a certain space. So when y'all be like, oh my God, Kendrick is running, Kendrick is doing push-ups, oh my God, look at this child, look at this house, look at his lots. He's doing that because he loves himself. Because he deserves, in his mind, to be like, he's been afforded this vessel. So when he wake up, he's taking it upon himself to maximize and be a steward of what he's been afforded, because he deserves a life where he's operating at maximum efficiency. He has decided for himself that he deserves that. Yeah, we're just getting the overflow. Yes. So when you see that nigga shining, it's a result of him conquering everything that he's been through, understanding that some things don't change, or that some things don't die, but you get strong enough to confront them and move forward in spite of them, understanding that you still deserve everything great that has been awarded you, that is in your periphery, that you have the opportunity to attain, all while understanding where you came from and forgiving anything negative that you've done that could possibly hold you back if you allow it. Come on, bruh. Come on, bruh. Stop being a hater. No. I'm proud of gang. But I'm proud of him for real. So I don't take no offense to none of that shit. So, because at the end of the day, we got the same 24. What you mad for? Like Hell no. Like we passed that. Like if somebody got some, it's because they work for it. Given, outside of, some, but like especially if a nigga in shape, it's because the nigga got himself in shape. That's the last thing for another person to be jealous of or envious of another person for. Because they taking care of themselves. Like, damn, look at you, nigga, taking your life seriously. But yeah. I don't even let me scroll through some of these what's the name? Because sometimes, bro, like we'll be having these discussions and I'll be like, bro, is some of this shit even important? Is some of this shit even important, bro? Like, for real. We just talked about all of that shit. I don't know how to segue back into, but 21 Savage, though. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. But we gotta talk about some of this shit because I gotta get it off of my slate. I got to. But that shit be crazy. Like when you go so far a certain way, it's hard to like pivot back. I don't know. I feel like thank you, Pepper. I appreciate it. Y'all know I fuck with y'all. That's why, like, I can get up here and give y'all like it's 12, so we got like 45 minutes left. Hold on, just to prove to y'all I'm not playing. I'm finna set on. I gotta get up in the morning. I gotta work overtime. However, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, okay, the tuning. Yeah, that's why I give y'all the extended streams. They not even extended no more, really. That's become like that's become the basis of what we do on these Saturday streams. So, it'd be so much to talk about because so much of this shit, like, because I told y'all a while ago, like, I use hip hop as a gateway to discuss the human experience with y'all. Because that's what, because I personally feel like hip hop is the most human art form. I really feel like that. Especially like literary wise. Because it doesn't shy away from the ugly. It doesn't shy away from the ugly. And I think a lot of outsiders try to make it seem like the ugly should be frowned upon because the ugly makes the outsiders look at us a different way or a certain way. But to defy your humanity is to wash away what makes you special. So when you look at a pop where all of the songs is like all bubblegum and shit, and you make me feel so special, like that shit cool. It's cool. It's a time and a place for it. But when they want to go to the real shit, the pop fans don't respect it because it's like that ain't what we come here for. So they're killing a side of you that you can't express. So when you look up, they either strung out on coke, they killing themselves, they come into hip hop because they want to, shake the edge off, get some of that aggression out, or just just let people know that they're not so smooth, that they're a little rough around the edges. And then they can go back to playing Mr. or Mrs. Prissy Perfect. But like I feel like in hip hop, we're the only genre where we're afforded the opportunity to be as much of ourselves as we're willing to provide to the people willing to listen. But if you look at these other genres, they don't get to do that. They do not get to do that. Not in this way, not to this extent. Not with this much at the blink of an eye variety. If you listen to a blues album, it's probably entirely sad. It's different layers of sadness, but it's probably entirely sad. You listen to a rap album, the intro might be exciting as fuck. Song 4 is sad. Song 8 is a smash hit. Song 9 is introspective. Song 11 is sad. Song 12 makes you want to pray to God immediately. And then song 13 ties it up in a beautiful bow. And all of the emotions make sense together because it's the human experience. You listen to a pop album, it's going to be one or the other. It's going to be one or the other because it's hard to juggle those. It's hard for them to juggle those emotions and still maintain brand salience. Like they be like, yeah, I just wanted to talk about a dark time I was in my life. So that's what the album is. That's what the album is. Hold on. Text my boy DJ. Yeah, when I have these live streams like this, I really just be like receiving shit. I don't know. I just like sometimes I just like don't even look at this screen no more. I just, you know. But we are going to discuss JCon. We're going to discuss the AI lady, the AI lady thing, and we're gonna finish this 21 Savage. We're gonna do that. So I'm gonna try to get through some of this stuff pretty quickly. But yeah, definitely spiritual downloads, Keish. Definitely. Heavy on that. Heavy on that. Okay. Some of these I'm just gonna introduce to the screen and then take it down. Like this one. 21 Savage says, Young Thug and Gunna need to make peace. And this is the quote from 21 Savage, that if I'm Gunna, I'm slapping 21 Savage when I see him, unless I'm Gunna and I can't fight. But he said, y'all niggas fix that shit. Y'all love each other. Nigga, you knew Gunna wasn't no gangster when he told the first time and we swept it under the rug. If I'm Gunna, what about this makes me want to meet up with Thug or be around 21 Savage? They still don't respect you, gang. They'll never respect you. So what's the point? They want you to go kiss the ring. That's what they want from you. They want you to kiss the ring and fall in line because you little bro. While they can still kick your back in for telling. Like Thug, bro, like somebody in Thug can't, like, didn't Thug brother tell or some shit? Because his mama ain't want him to go back to jail. I don't know the full story, but I'm sure Moni knows. Then Thug brother snitch. Then he take a plea too. Cause I don't really get this far like into the court shit. Cause like that don't really be my aim. That don't really be my aim for real. Like if the state of hip hop wasn't on the line with the Drake and Kendrick beef, like or with the Drake and Kendrick suit or the Drake versus UMG, I would have never read into it. Cause if it would have just been him suing about improper streams or some shit like that, I would not have given a fuck. I would have never looked into it. But the ramifications made me care. So with them niggas doing this Rico and shit, I didn't give one fuck. Somebody in the camp told, I don't know if it was his brother. I know it was somebody close because he was defending it in his Big Bank interview. Because it was about somebody mama not wanting them to go back to jail. I think it was Thug Brother. And that's the thing. The alpha plea is different from snitching or straight up telling, but ain't that what Gunna took? So if everybody was taking alpha pleas, what makes Gunna so bad to the point where he's the teller? He's the rat. Why is he the one getting his back kicked in? So much so that in a request for them to get over it or fix it, I still got to be the one getting verbally assaulted. If I'm Gunna, I'm running the fade with 21 Savage. I'm running a fade with 21 Savage. Because that's really the only way you're going to get Savage to respect you for real. You got to fight him. Because he going to keep disrespecting you. He going to keep disrespecting you. So even if you and Thug make up, you got to fight 21 Savage. You got to. Because he ain't gonna never respect you. He ain't gonna never look at you as a man. He ain't gonna never look at you as somebody who, given the situation, did what you felt was best, even though other niggas connected to it was doing wild shit. Other niggas was telling too, or doing whatever we call this. Because they ain't got the same, they don't have the same energy for my boy, what's his name, with the bald head, Woody. They don't have the same energy for him. Skip, you should see what Blueface said to 21 and all of them. OMG, it's nasty. Somebody send me a link. Is it when they was talking about F the streets? They changing the rules. None of them deserved respect. But the thing is, like, I remember in college, like niggas used to say, it's loyalty over everything. It's loyalty over everything. It's bros before hoes, this, that, and the third, just preaching all that shit. And if you, and when they telling you the shit, you believe it. You believe it because you think that these people are being earnest in what they saying to you. And these be the same niggas that backdoor you. These be the niggas that you find out once you made a chick you talking to or you made your girl mad, your girl say some shit like, them niggas ain't your friends nowhere. And you like, what you mean? What you mean? Them niggas ain't your friends. They ain't your friends. And then y'all break up with some shit and she like, yeah, such and such was trying to talk to me the whole time we was going together. It was like, hold on. How he was doing that? Yeah, he has your number. You wasn't shit either, but he wasn't shit either. When neither one of y'all shit. But the point I'm making is the rules apply to the people who follow the rules. The rules only apply to people who follow the rules. The people who disseminate the rules Because niggas ain't making rules no more. But the niggas who disseminate the rules break the rules. But he said he followed that up by addressing Lil Baby and spoke on the tension between Quavo and Offset as well. Lil Baby, you one of the realest old niggas out here in this realest niggas out this shit. Admit Slime was moving the goalposts. Y'all niggas tell the world I put y'all on group text and told y'all to squash it before it even got far. Nigga, if y'all was still together, y'all would be unstoppable. Okay. Let's talk about Atlanta not being ever a solidified, unified front. Let's talk about Atlanta always beefing. Let's talk about a nigga dying in relation to Gucci and Jeezy. Let's talk about T.I. and Luda Camp fighting in the club and them dissing each other on the same song. Let's talk about Gucci beefing with Tip. Let's talk about Gucci basically being the Atlanta 50 Cent, but like on some real street shit. Let's talk about Lucci and Thug beefing with some street shit. Let's talk about all of the murders and shit that have allegedly taken place in Atlanta behind some street shit that have been representative with their musical mascots. Atlanta has never been as unified as niggas try to say it is. It never was. Niggas just branded Atlanta as unified. But like once the trial shit came out and people started looking into the Atlanta history, it's like, bro, y'all, Shawty Lo and T.I. was beefing. Atlanta was never that unified, bro. Like it wasn't never that unified. It was a few niggas who decided to make music together because they came up in the same hood. But other than that, Atlanta had smoke with Atlanta. Atlanta thrived in spite of. It was never unified. Give me 1 second. Let me see. JC, come to the front, please. We must speak. I got a couple videos from the game shit to play. Wasn't 21 shading Future at the same time calling for unification? He had said something previously and he had to kind of apologize for it.
You did like 3 records with Dot, right? Like I think it was like
we got we did the mixtape shit. We did On and on the Doc 2, I believe.
Documentary too.
Yeah, we did we did See No Evil on Jesus Piece with Tank. And then we did the city on LAX, I believe. And then we did, the mixtape shit and whatnot. But yeah, nigga.
He got you on all those.
We was arguing.
Hey man, listen, bro.
Hey, yo. So this what happened, right?
I wish I had that full clip. But who voice you hate? You hate the game, you hate Smack, or you hate T-Rail voice? Which one of their voices you hate? Because I'm finna do it if I can do it, just to make you mad. Go on, say it's Smack so I can go ahead and get in character. Yeah, that's the game on Back on Field. I don't know if I can do T-Rail voice. Hold on.
Listen, bro.
He got it. Hey, yo. So look, so this what happened, right?
Oh, the game. Okay, I ain't never tried to do his voice. I let him rock. He got a weird amount of oxygen under his voice. But I ain't gonna lie. On Me is close. Cause I think I said that the game might have got him on Me, but Kendrick got the other two. He definitely got him on This City. He definitely got him on See No Evil. Oh shit, here you go. Hold on. The game went so crazy on his second verse on Me. On Me. But oh, they mad. He's just Kendrick fanboys. Oh, you mad. I'm probably still standing on where I was at, about the 2 out of 3. I had to go back and listen to what's the name again? Moni said the amount of disloyalty some of the OGs from the West have shown to Kendrick these last 2 years is disgusting. Yep. And I think if niggas just need to realize that they don't have to step in front of him to maintain the legacy that they put forth. My bad. And it'll be okay. They don't need to get in his way. But now Snoop is not surprising. Snoop is not surprising. I wasn't ultimately surprised by Snoop. Oh, let me pull this up. I ain't even click it. I just want to play it. Y'all weren't gonna hear shit or see it. But this is Game explaining why he didn't come to the pop out.
Dude, I mean, the only thing you didn't do for us, nigga, was like a concert like the pop out. You niggas, you didn't even like, that's the only fucking thing you ain't do, nigga. But you had to, though. You had to.
Here it is with the pop out, bro. Yeah. I set it out on purpose.
Thank you, Robin. I don't know if you're still in the stream, but thank you, Robin. I got the super chat via Cash App. Thank you. Let me start this over.
Dude, I mean, the only thing you didn't do for us, nigga, was like a concert like the pop out. You niggas, you didn't even like, that's the only fucking thing you ain't do, nigga. But you had to, though. You had to.
Here it is with the pop out, bro. Yeah. I set it out on purpose. It's too much gang politics with me when I come somewhere. It was niggas at the pop out that I don't fuck with. So why go to the pop out, bring homies to the pop out, right? Get into a confrontation at the pop out when a nigga is having a great moment, bro.
No. We finna back up from that. Fuck all of that. Yeah, this is where we stop. This is where the pop out is unity. Is stop the beef. It's all that. Is sitting on stage and we moving forward,
that's
nigga.
Cool. You talking that? You talking
yeah,
that
nigga.
shit?
That's what niggas was doing that day.
No, bro.
That's what niggas was doing that day.
You say that, but all it take is one nigga from this shit to get out of pocket with one nigga, and that's what comes with me.
Well, why you didn't go by yourself then?
What you mean come by
yourself,
nigga? I'm not doing that, bro. I'm not doing that.
Ain't no fucking way niggas gonna let somebody have it to you.
Number one.
Once you walk in there and niggas invited you and you was there, no fucking way.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna say it on back.
Am I right?
I'm not. Here's the thing, bro. Y'all niggas are like the thing that you saying and you saying right now is like, don't let nothing happen to me. Nigga, I ain't gonna let nothing happen to me. Number one. And number two, just so everybody see it, so it's said. If you're gonna clip anything, clip this. If something happened to me, whoever did it is getting smoked, nigga. Period. Because my shit is already in position. The niggas that love me, that is with me, that's my niggas, know for sure. If something happens to Chuck, you dying, nigga. 7 days flat.
So let's back this up. So the pop out, you the one said you didn't want to come.
I can make that decision.
Yeah. So everybody was wondering why you did not show up, or was he left out on purpose?
Niggas, number one, I don't understand how you get left out. Nigga, I could just go.
Yeah.
Can't nobody tell Game I can't go nowhere I want to go in LA. I go anywhere the fuck I want, bro. Yeah. Anywhere. And anybody can go anywhere they want. It ain't just me, but it ain't nobody telling me after living in this motherfucking city for 50 years, I can't go where I want to go, or ain't nothing. Nigga, I know ain't nothing gonna happen to me. Nigga, ain't nothing happened to me yet. Nigga, I've been in the trenches, bro. I know a lot of niggas don't know how bullets feel, nigga. I know them shit's hot. I know how they feel, nigga. I know how to lay up in the coma and talk to your auntie and be at your grandma's house and learn how to walk again, nigga, because I got 2 in the leg, nigga, 1 in the chest, nigga, 1 in the stomach. I know how them shits feel, nigga. I survived that shit, homie. I got dead, nigga, brothers that's at Inglewood Cemetery, homies that's at Inglewood Cemetery, nigga. I grew up in a gang-banging household. I'm from a gang-banging family. I live in the most gang-banging city in the world, and I'm right here alive, nigga. And at this
JCon, if you such a thorough nigga, bro, if you such a thorough nigga, why do you feel like you couldn't stand on that for the moment and not act on your impulses in a room full of your perceived enemies on a night that was dedicated to peace? You didn't want to do it because you felt like you weren't finna swallow your pride and be in the room full of niggas that you don't fuck with because of Dot. Because that's the thing. Like, if you in a position where you're swallowing pride and you're being a part of the greater good, the unifying cause has to be big enough, in your opinion, to validate the action. Prime example. I'm gonna tell y'all a little story. Little personal story, if you will. If y'all want me to tell a personal story, say personal in the chat. If not, I'll keep going with the game scenario. But if y'all want me to tell a personal story, put personal in the chat. Okay. All righty. Y'all got to keep this between me and y'all, man. Keep between me and y'all. Okay. So my dad is like a freak, right? Like, he was like running through the city, you feel me? Like, it's like he was like trying to like impregnate women at the same time type shit. So like, it's me, like same mama, same daddy. It's me, my oldest sister, the second sister. She didn't make it. Like, her lungs were underdeveloped, so she didn't make it long after she was born. She was born 2 months premature. So we didn't meet or know her. So it was my oldest sister, the middle sister who didn't make it from the NICU, me, and my youngest brother. Those are the only ones that came from my mama, right? So it's 4 of us, 3 living. My daddy, I just told y'all, he was a freak. You feel what I'm saying? Like, just a nasty bastard. You know what I'm saying? He never really like do right by my mama, like, ever. So like, he'll come around, do some, you know, do what people do, get her pregnant, bounce out, get another lady pregnant a month later. So I got like a sibling that I'm like a month younger than, a half sibling rather. I got a half sibling that I'm a month younger than. And then I think my sister got some shit going on like that. My older sister got some shit going on like that. So it's like he was having us in bunches, and it was to the point where it felt intentional. Like, he wanted to have multiple kids born by multiple different women in the same year. And he did this like 3 times. It's like, we're 4 times. It's like 4 sub generations of us. Like, it's some like in their mid 40s. I think one of them, he would have been 50, but he got killed when he was like a teenager, due to gun violence. And then, so it's one like at 50, some in their mid 40s, some in their young, like barely 40. Me, mid 30s. It's a couple of us, and then my brother is like at the bottom that we know of as far as age. And my brother just turned 32 this year. But there are rumors that he got some younger kids or whatever, because he was still, you know, moving around in his 60s or whatever. So I did that to just lay the baseline. So I guess in this situation, I'm JCon. But anyway, so when I was young, like I ain't really see my daddy for real. Like I think the first time that I remember seeing him, I was maybe like 9, I think. And he had came and picked us up and we went bowling. And this was the first time I met all my half siblings and shit. We like met at a bowling alley or whatever. So this was maybe 2 weeks before my 9th birthday. And then he dropped me off and he was like, I'm gonna come back and get you. And for your birthday, we're gonna go bowling again. So I'm like, all right, cool, boom, boom, boom. So of course that didn't happen. But the point is I was introduced to my half siblings. And then he was supposed to came and pick me up when I turned 10. So that was just 2 weeks later. For my 10th birthday, we was gonna go bowling. I don't see this nigga again until I'm 16. So that's the point. I don't see him again until I'm 16. So I see him again at my oldest niece's first birthday. He trying to sell my little brother dreams. So we dip. I don't see him again after that until shit. I don't think I saw that nigga at all in my 20s. No. I saw him again when I was like 25. After the 16, I saw him again when I was like 25 at my blood sister's house, like my same mama, same daddy sister for Christmas one year. And he walked up to me and my now wife, and he told her, he was like, I ain't never had to whoop him. And I was like, I'm looking at my wife like, looking at him like, nigga, when were you going to ever whoop me? So as you can see, I'm trying to lay groundwork to show you how estranged our relationship is. So my sister is cool with some of the older half siblings because they were more attached due to, I guess, some of the familiar relationships going on earlier then. So like they kind of experienced some time as teenagers together. So they have a more closer relationship. Like my relationship with my half siblings is non-existent. Like I know them, but I don't know these niggas, but I know them. You feel what I'm saying? So they'll come to my sister, my oldest blood sister, and they'll be like, your brother think he too good for us. Is he bougie or whatever? We supposed to be getting together for daddy. We supposed to be getting together for daddy. Like, tell him that we're gonna do it for daddy. And I'd be like, the fuck? Like, the fuck? Why would I do that? Like, why? Like, nigga, I don't know y'all. And if you think using that nigga as collateral to get me to come be with y'all is crazy as fuck. I don't give a fuck about him, and I don't know y'all. So why the fuck do you think that using his name, his legacy, would be a driving factor to get me to be around y'all niggas? I don't know y'all niggas. I don't know y'all niggas, bro. Y'all like we barely related. We barely related. I don't give a fuck about none of that half sibling shit because I don't know y'all. Like my biggest thing is relationship. And I'm saying that in relation to this game situation because he's not a big enough reason for me. Him being my biological father is not a big enough reason for me to stop what I'm doing and be around people I don't necessarily want to be around in his honor. So fuck that. So what the game is saying is basically the same shit. I don't fuck with Kendrick enough to be around people that I actually don't like and have actual issues with. I'm not swallowing my pride for Kendrick. I don't fuck with him to that extent. So y'all can kiss my ass, nigga. I'm gonna make up an excuse because the reality of it all is way more ugly than the truth. Like I can just say, yeah, I don't fuck with them niggas, but it really was like I'm not falling in line because I ain't want to dot little niggas. I ain't want to dot little niggas. So if y'all think that I was finna fall in line and play peace in saluting of this nigga that I really think I'm better than, you got me fucked up. That's what Game is saying. You got me fucked up if you thought Lil Kendrick, the little homie Kendrick that I brought on, that I could have signed, that I could have made my protege, y'all think that I'm finna fall in line for him, you got me fucked up. I'm big homie. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And it's indicative of how many times he keeps referring to him as the little homie. And even if he is, respect him as a man. That's all. Respect him as a man. Mona said, my thing is I would respect the game more if he stood on that, but he's not. He wants us to think he fucks with him while still throwing slight shade. I think the rank and file system on the West is very militaristic and like prison based in its structure. So he wouldn't just be going against Kendrick if he starts to declare his hatred. He going against a whole section and it ain't worth it. And it would cause way more issues. So he just kind of got to sneak his shade out in different ways. Cause everybody like, okay, you can get your shit off. Like we'll let you like say this little slick shit, or you can word it in a way where it don't come across as that. But that MacWop reaction, he was like, yeah, man, we fuck with the game until he make it a thing. And then, you know, then we kind of got to reassess where we at. Cause your Compton and my Compton ain't the same Compton. A lot of people don't understand how political and how much of a veiled threat that notion was. MacWop said a lot when he said, yo, Compton ain't my Compton. And we fuck with you unless you talking about the homie. Them two sentences said a lot. A whole lot. A whole lot. And it's showing how fragile some of these alliances are, but it's also showing how strong the barriers are to neglect these alliances. Like, you cannot feel away. You cannot fuck with a nigga, but you got to go out your way to declare that. And you got to take what come up with it. And I don't think it's deep enough for the game to do that. I just think he wants Kendrick's position. I don't think he even disliked Kendrick. I just think him seeing Kendrick in a place that the game feel like he should be in makes his stomach hurt. Shout out to 72 Pals. He said after the Rosecrans Peace Walk, if the game really makes an issue, he could put Cedar Block on the outs of all the other Pyru sets. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's going to create an issue. And his jealousy ain't enough to create an issue of that magnitude. Because it ain't that deep. It's just him being jealous. Because I'm pretty sure from what I hear, and I ain't no street nigga to this extent, he got to go talk to somebody about these issues if he even want to press the line. So I don't think it's that deep to the point where they want to fracture what's going on in LA. I just think bro a little jealous. I think he a little jealous. I think his pride won't allow him to admit he jealous, but his pride can't. His pride is what makes him reveal, even unbeknownst to himself, that he's jealous. But the first step to dealing with any problem is admitting it. He need to accept the fact that he a little jealous, you know, and maybe that'll help him get over it. But let me finish this video. Hold on, let me see. Shout out to BC. Doc grew up around gang activity. He don't want to be a full snitch and get someone arrested, but he told everyone everything they needed to know about Drake and his OVO crew. What you mean by that? Pride. Jason I used to be a stripper. Crazy work. Crazy work. That's word on the curb. They said he only went 2 times, but it's a fact you went. You was popping ass with a butterfly tattoo on your face. What Moni say? Freaky frog. The game, you a freaky frog, man. You are a freaky frog, a perverted nigga. And you cool with Drake. And you was talking about free R. Kelly. You a freaky nigga, bro. Shout out to Claudia J. Self-worth is always going to be important. Self-preservation is the number one thing that we should be doing. Anyway, you can't be your best to anybody until you're best to yourself. Thank you. Then it was his mom's strip club. So he on some Diddy shit. That's what you're saying? They was keeping it in the family on some Tubi movie shit. 72 Pass said that was pre-butterfly tattoo. So did the popping ass inspire the butterfly? Was this his way of pimping the Was this how he pimped his butterfly? And then painted it on his face in remembrance to strip a butterfly. To strip a butterfly is crazy as fuck. Damn. That's crazy as fuck. To strip a butterfly is crazy. That money. Go to the quarterback. Let me finish this video. Let me see what else he said.
This point, 46. Let's say I leave here, right? 2 weeks from now, and a nigga smoke me. Nigga, I lived to 50. I was supposed to die in my 20s. You know how this shit go, nigga.
Yeah, say I'm supposed to
So
make
it ain't
25.
so all of that overselling your gang banging or your threats, that shit don't mean nothing to me. That shit don't mean nothing to me. And with LA niggas, you got an LA nigga. You got a Compton niggas, bro. That's the only way to make it, or you get swallowed up in this shit. It's like when you go to the pen, nigga. If you a pussy, nigga, they busting your ass and you a hoe. But if you go in that motherfucker and get active, rack them bunks, nigga, in the Twin Towers and let niggas know, nigga, first hour you in that motherfucker, this how I get down, nigga. I'm from Cedar Block, Bompton, Piru, nigga. Who I gotta catch these fades with so I can get a good night's rest, nigga. Run it in the back.
Right.
Everybody in the module, nigga, from motherfucking nigga Crip Blood and Essay.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Boy, it's just so many fucking tabs. It's so many fucking tabs. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Ah, fuck. That was the 2 T's shit. Damn it. Okay. I got 3 minutes. Okay, before my alarm go off. No, I didn't. It was a comment. It was something from the back on Fig. It was something involving 2 T's. And I exited out of the Twitter tab. So I'll come back to it next week. Okay, so like I said, I got 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So I'm gonna ask y'all, do y'all want to watch Kendrick's performance, part of Kendrick's performance at the TDE Christmas? Or yeah, we'll do that because I know that's what y'all gonna want. Other than talking about 50, he had a conversation with the landlord. So do you want the TDE Christmas performance clip, or do you want the clip of 50 Cent talking to the landlord about the podcast that Jim Jones and them got? Which one? Because we got 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. This is the final topic. I gotta be asleep by 1:15. He was talking to the landlord the landlord of the person who owns the property that Mano, Jim Jones, Fabulous, and Dave each doing a podcast out of. And the landlord gave 50 Cent some very interesting information. Okay, so we doing the landlord. Okay, here we go. Shout out to and people be wondering, they was like, why you scared to say 50 Cent name? This the reason. Like 50 Cent is a treacherous nigga, bro. Like the fuck y'all mean?
Want to rent it. And want to rent.
Okay, here we go.
Want to rent it. And I said, okay, fine. Right? He's been saying this for since October. And he keeps trying to build it, but he won't sign the lease. He's like, I don't like these terms. I want 6 months of build out. And ridiculous bullshit. We also have a partnership agreement where half of what he's building now, his media, belongs to us. But he won't tell us how much he's making and doing all these things. So half of the content he's creating, if you want to buy that too, I'll sell you half the company. He's not a business.
What? Hold on. Okay. All right. I'm gonna finish this up, but this is it. So basically, Jim Jones sold interest to the pod to the landlord based on what this audio is saying. So the landlord owns a piece of the pod as collateral for rent, not a mortgage, for rent. You run from the spirit of repossession. Too much enamel covers your necklace. Pusha T talking about I got 6 million hid behind Tyvek, and you ass betting your pod to satiate a renter's agreement. Ooh, that is crazy. Damn, Jimmy.
He's insane. To me, it's worth very little that too. I'll sell you half the company. He's not a business. He's insane. To me, it's worth very little to nothing. But if it works out for you, I just throw that in as a sweetener. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is he signed a lease with me. Right now he owes, I'm going to say in a short way, at least 80,000, if not 180,000.
Bruh. So you gave up 50% equity for 180 grand? And that's him estimating on the high end. 50% of the entire platform on top of rent is 180 grand. It's a dirty, dirty world that we live in. Damn. Is it legal? What are you gonna do, sue? Jesus. 50 will buy the shit and then pay Jim Jones 500,000 in the suit. No NDA. Goodness gracious. I think that's the video.
The monthly rent on the old lease, not the.
$50 Cent says he's okay. 50 Cent via Instagram I didn't have this on my list of things to do, but if you insist, I'll make time. I'm working on buying the space where you film and 50% of your podcast. You know I don't cap. 50 Cent action. Fuck. Bro, imagine going back and forth with a nigga, bro, and he just buy up your operation and then make you stop doing it. Because if he buys 50% of it, he doesn't own majority interest, but he owns 50%. So bare minimum, he can take your venue away from you. And now whatever you do going forward, he's getting paid off of it. And then if you want to buy your way out of the contract, he gonna bust your head and make you pay something you can't afford. He'll be like, I sell it to you. I sell you 40% for 40,000, but I want 15% in perpetuity, just so you can't get away. But he know that they'll be so stupid that they'll pay the 40 grand to get 40% back, just so 50 can hold 10% of equity on top of getting 15% of the profits outside of the 10% he already owns in perpetuity. So he owns 10%, but he's getting paid as if he owns 25%. Oh man, y'all done fucked around and y'all gonna let 50 put y'all in a slave deal on the pod just for being petty. Shit. Shout out to Rejuice. She said the Wayans brothers told Marlon to leave 50 alone. Jimmy, leave that man alone. Yeah, this shit crazy, bro. Leave him the fuck alone. And this is why when he used to come up, especially around Whacked Out Mirrors time, I'm like, bro, I'm not saying that nigga name, bro. It's too many implications. 50 Cent will like go out of his way to make you uncomfortable. And then you fuck around and try to sue him and he file bankruptcy and get out of the judgment. It's like, nah, bro. Like, the fuck I'm not. I'm not participating in this back and forth. Okay. Shout out to Screaming Silk with a super chat, with a $10 super chat. As a matter of fact, Skip is popping headshots with the rail gun tonight. Thank you. Man, I was just open to what was happening. This is the 4th stream in a row. I have not completed the tabs, but it's cool because we landed where we were supposed to. Shout out to Cam. New York old heads want to go back to the time they was wearing the fat ass Yankee hats and Timbs. Yep. Because that was when they felt most in control. Shout out to Reggie. Thoughts on J. Cole real quick. Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right, man. Shout out to Positive Vibes. New member. Thank you. Go check out the Road to 100. I'm gonna keep telling y'all. And I think it's a couple old school revisits we did like back in the day, but go check that shit out, man. You'll have fun. Moni. Why? My nigga, why? Why? You know, you could have just let the follow be the follow. Like, and your impulse was like, nah, I'm gonna DM this nigga and call him a bitch. That's crazy work. That's crazy work, cousin. That is crazy work. I know you didn't do it, but that is crazy. That is crazy. But we done told y'all, bro. If anybody is going to stand on business, it's gonna be Moni. When I knew Moni was who I thought she was when she got on that big ass platform and was telling them folks to quit playing with grown folks. It was like, nah, like, hold on. Hold on. Like, told Anthony Fantano to his face, cooked that nigga so bad he got off streaming when it made a video. And I ain't gonna lie. I do think a part of that conversation got and he probably won't admit it. A part of that conversation kind of got FD like reassessing like how he's perceived. He probably won't admit it, but when you listen to him talk now, particularly like when he speaks freely, I think he had got so used to only hearing himself speak on himself. And I think Moni was the first person that I saw of the youth movement like critique him. And then there was another person after Moni, and he kind of got in his ass, no Diddy or all Diddy, you know, love who you love. But since then, he has been assessing like how he's perceived. So yeah, Moni don't play. I don't want Moni to cuss me out, and I don't want Absa to feel a need to like dig into my life. You know, those are great, you know, great friends to have, but not the people you want to piss off. So I'm glad to have you ladies. And this shit crazy. You know, I love y'all too, man. We all we got for real. You know, that's why I want to, you know, start the panels and shit, like to build our community further. Cause yeah, man, like we're the next generation of what's to happen, you know. In 15 years, them niggas might not still be doing the shit. We might not still be doing it, but in 10 years, we might. In 10 years, we might. And who's to say where we'll be in 10 years? Like Moni already interviewing artists. You know? I got a couple Grammy nominated interviews under my belt. You feel me? So like we look up. Who's to say? Who's to say? We don't know what the future holds, but like just projecting on what we've done so far. And like Moni's digital footprint is crazy as fuck. Like she just said, Snoop followed her, and her first response was not on no geek shit. Like, bro, Snoop followed me. She's like, nah, I want to DM the nigga and call him a bitch. You know how dangerous that makes Moni? To not give a fuck. That makes her very dangerous. Because she not gonna fold. And she looking at these niggas like regular people. Like, that shit is very difficult. But she'd be like, nigga, you a bitch. Bruh, imagine looking at a superstar, a worldwide like celebrity, and be like, man, that was some bitch ass shit you did. Like, on me, nigga, you a bitch. But the crazy thing is, at the end of the day, he'll probably respect her for it. You feel what I'm saying? Like, you know what? I was tripping. I know it. You know, I ain't used to nobody talking to me like that, but you know, it was the edibles. Exactly, Doom. It was the edibles. Facts. It was the edibles. You feel me? Like, Moni be in the hood, posted. Like shit, I'm straight. Like y'all niggas straight. Shit, I'm straight. Like I ain't scared of y'all niggas. I ain't scared of y'all niggas. Fuck you think? Yeah, nigga. Yeah. I'm from New Jersey. Yeah. And just be cool. You feel what I'm saying? So like that type of person, when you can exist in multiple spaces, like it makes you very, like you're very well equipped, and that's why you're not scared. So yeah, for sure. Gotta get this shit in order, man. Got to, because we with us, with the old guard starting to transition into more of a mentorship role, hopefully. I've been seeing, you know, a lot of the, you know, the fellowship, you know, hopefully it's positive, you know, and it's not, well, I just say this, hopefully it's positive and it's conducive to a proper passing of the torch or just coexisting, because the ageism thing, let's not make that a thing in media. So like hopefully, you know, it's just more of a coexisting, like welcoming into the fold, and it stays, you know, positive for as long as it can, because the whole idols become rivals and all this other shit. But hopefully, you know, we can expand and, you know, coalesce and fellowship and all of this good shit, and not be and shed a certain amount of the fandom so we're able to do our jobs properly without getting so disconnected that we act like Rory and Mal and think all of this shit is for likes and clicks and, you know, arbitrary numbers on the screen and all of this other shit, to where you cooning and buffooning because you feel like you're doing whatever you got to do to get viewership so you can sell your podcast to Barstool and talk about sports when ain't neither one of y'all niggas athletic. Yeah. Okay. I got to go to bed. So thank y'all for tuning in to another Decipher live stream. On the way out, I'm going to just go ahead and play this video because I think it's funny. But thank y'all for tuning in, man. Y'all already know I fuck with y'all. And until next time, we're out of here. Y'all can hang on and watch this. But if not, I'll see y'all Wednesday or whenever y'all watch Decipher Road to 100.
AI artist Sanaya Monet has responded to Kehlani Wale and Jermaine Dupri in her new song, Say My Name With Respect. Although Sanaya didn't name names, she did include their online social posts and interviews alluding to who she specifically referred to. The lyrics, however, seem to be broader. Talisha Nikki Jones, the creator and writer behind Sanaya, released the song today and posted a video of Sanaya on social media, stating in her caption, Sanaya finally respond. The lyrics read, funny how you went to the media first, talking about my pen like you know my work. You don't know the nights I cried to write or how many songs healed somebody's life. In the video on socials, Sanaya shares screenshots of people who have expressed their love of her music, and some even open up about how her music helped them. You say I ain't real, you say I don't create, but your voice shake a little every time you hate, because deep down you know I'm destined to shine. Kehlani and Jermaine Dupri have responded to Sanaya commenting on a Shade Room post. Jermaine simply just posted laughing emojis, and Kehlani also jokingly chimed in saying, quote, LMAO, man, get the hell on. Kehlani originally spoke out against Sanaya back in September 2025 after Sanaya landed a $3 million deal with Hallwood Media. Kehlani most notably stated, quote, nothing and no one on earth will ever be able to justify AI to me. Jermaine Dupri on X posed a question back on November 6th asking, how is this any different than Milli Vanilli? Referring to the 90s R&B duo Milli Vanilli, who had to return their Grammy Awards after it was discovered they didn't actually sing the songs on their multi-platinum debut album. Later that month, Wale was being interviewed on Angela Yee's Way Up and said that, quote, we gotta unplug her, man. As more stories like this come out, we here at Complex will keep you up to date. Thanks for watching.
Last thing I'm gonna say, why the AI thing got cleavage? That's it. I'm out of here, y'all. Appreciate y'all. See y'all Wednesday or whenever y'all. No, not Wednesday, Tuesday, because Wednesday is Christmas Eve. See y'all Tuesday. All right, y'all.